I am not. I am not. Welcome on in, Sony. How's the day going? How's everything? As the title implies, I was right. We'll see in a second how things are going, but I was pretty much right. I said they would re-allow for Fable to be used again until the next Sunday, and guess what? They allows it until the next Sunday. Hmm. So, yeah, that's the rightness thing. Pretty fine. I, you know, I, I've done things. I've done things. I know, that's crazy. Um, but yeah, it's okay. It's okay. That is the vaguest way I can explain shit, which I'm not explaining shit. But yeah, it's fine. And yes, of course I like my title. Of course. I made the title. Of course I like it. Techie, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend as well? Same regular question. Um, I don't know what you mean then. I like my title. What title? Um, I don't see the title. Which title are you talking about? Because there is no change on my end. I'm gonna go straight in. Uh, the title that I have here is what I have. So yeah, no, I don't. I didn't see. I didn't see what you had changed in my title. I didn't know you changed anything. I didn't have anything as a notification that said it happened. It happened. You made some hot stuff. Is it like caramel, hot chocolate, things like this? It's something else. But yeah, I would love to see, as always. We have some news. We have some news. I've made the executive decision to go out of Framer on Saturday and and released the updated version of the portfolio. Finally, it's rendered. It's not the best, but it's fine. It's working. So we have these tiny things at the top, which is like animated in when the page is loading. It's just like kind of blooming things, whatever. Very, very simple. I like it. I think I need to have some sort of a click through. I think this is a pretty good idea. Obviously, I got the ID, but I think I want to have like click through the images as well. So if someone were to say, "Oh, what's this thing?" and then they click on it, it just goes to the case study that contains that specific project. So I think this is a good idea. Um, it's gonna be simple to put in place because we already have the things. But yeah, do I see it now? Yeah, I can now see that. Yes. I can now see that. Um, I thought about shared element transition and I tried it and it just doesn't compute in my head just yet. So I tried and it failed. So I reverted 3 times this morning. So probably not. Probably not. So yeah, so this has a bit of an updated version. Light mode, dark mode is working, and some of the things like the app icons are switching from light mode to dark mode icons because I do have them. So that's a good thing. Then we have the list that is right there with the floaty liquid thing as expected, which is pretty good. Kind of made a bit of a change on the text for the about section. And then earlier today, I said, you know what, it would be nice for designer's sake and presentation sake to have like a current stack situation. So I did a bit of a gradient saturation thing for the app icons. Most of them are black, meaning that you can't really see the effect, but it works. It's fun on mobile because you don't really have access to this. Like you have the click and drag, but it's just like not reacting on hover, so it's you don't really have the names. Not necessarily the best option. I think on mobile I might have to get some sort of a on click. Something happens where it showcases like what the app is and what I'm using it for, maybe. But I don't know, just for the sake of presentation, this is good. And then past experiences are in there and experiments are in there, which is pretty cool. I also added a teeny tiny amount of fun, which is when you click on something, you have kind of effects, randomized transition. It's basically like one after the others, as always, but it's just like adding a bit of something. I do like this. I think it's pretty nice. It works really well. I mean, obviously, it works pretty well when you are like selecting something, and then when you release, it just gets your animation, which I think is absolutely useless, but it's fun. We like it. So, having fun with that, that's a nice thing. And then case studies have all of the things that they needed to have. I reorganized the headers to make a bit more sense, added something that were very much AI created. So, the long dash in the beginning of titles and things, I just transformed it into a wavy thing. And now we're good. Hassad, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So that's it's just fun. It makes sense. The only issue that I have with this so far is the mobile version of this bitch, being that when we are braking, on my phone, for example, we brake somewhere around here, and so if you don't pay attention, it looks like it's a design lead kit instead of a component kit. And I don't like this. I don't know exactly what I could do. If we didn't have the wavy thing, we would have the kit on the other side. But it's just like, I don't know. I don't know exactly what I can do in order to get this thing to. I don't think break is gonna work based on that same reasoning, because if we have design lead and component kit on the right on the next line, it feels as if it was design lead component kit as one single word. So it might be a system of removing one of them to get something that is slimmer overall. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't know, but nonetheless, everything in there is pretty good. There are still some issues in the text. I'm still working on some of the content, but at least it's been released, available, readable, accessible, and so on, which is good. This is still broken. I know. I know. That's my bad. That's my bad. It shouldn't be, but it is. So I just need to export it as a taller thing instead of a wider thing. It's just that easy. And then at the bottom, I decided to have dedicated previous and forwards right there in order to get like go to the next, go to the previous one. And because right now I'm on the first one, the previous is the first on the list. So it's a round and round carousel, which is pretty good. And then when you go into things like Yolker or Can or Mom or whatever that have apps and that are dedicated things that can be accessed, we get the button that just says, "Go try it," and it sends you to the release version. The thing that is pretty good here specifically with Yolker is that the UI it's starting specifically at the top is very much the same thing. So when you are navigating from my case study that explained the thing to the landing page, you're like, oh, that's this. It looks like it's part of the same website, which is not the case, but it is the case. So that is one of the reasons why I add like so many different style .css files for each of the case studies. So that's just it sends you to the right thing, and it's pretty neat. The one that I added, which I like a lot, obviously, um, is for perfume. The background effect, even though it has some bending here and there, like I can't really fix that. I mean, I tried. It doesn't really work, and it's very much visible on stream. On my phone, it's really visible. Let's see on the PC. Yeah, it's kind of same thing. It's kind of it's kind of bad. Nonetheless, the gradient in the background is reacting to the time of day. So we have a peachy thing in the morning, we have a blue sky-ish on most times, and then evening before night is going to be kind of orangey, like sunset, and then at night it's dark blue-ish. So I think it's a cute detail. I still need to figure out this fucking bond bending. It pisses me off. Um, and then I'm thinking, obviously, that potentially because I have multiple themes that already exist, I could say if it's time of day, then you could have iris as the base. If it's like morning, it's going to be rose. If it's evening slash sunset is going to be amber by default. So I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe at some. I don't know. What is Yolka? Yolka is the app from Phil's, which is an alternative to Discord with a focus on privacy and security instead of um, just community. Like community is in there. Obviously, it's a bit of a well, Discord server replacement. So it's that simple, but it has like a bit of a different navigation system where instead of having the sidebar with your servers, you have your tab bar with your servers, so you can access the servers that you are active in. And then if you don't need that server, for example, you just close it down so you don't have it as a distraction, and you just keep the one that you care about at the top. Obviously, right now on that platform, I only have two, so there is no need for me to close any of them. But when you look at my Discord, most of them are in folders already. So all of that is a lot of distraction for no fucking reason. And it makes no sense to keep them open. I'm most on these, so I keep these ones open, but still, it's like so much distraction for no fucking reason that just having tabs at the top makes more sense because it's like browser-based environment. At least that was the premise of the navigation change. But yeah, Chipuli, so Colin, how are you? How was the weekend? Um, and Yolga is Phil's naming things. I don't know why that was the creation or the selection that he did. It has a bit of a Joker vibe, obviously, and the logo itself is roughly a Joker hat. So, but other than that, I don't know. That's all I did. I just worked on that thing and did the navigation system. But it's much better than what we had in the beginning, which was basically just this. And that initial output was very much a Discord duplicate, and therefore it wouldn't have had a similar impact than what it currently is. Not that we have a lot of users so far, but this is just eh, eh, eh. This is such a duplicate that I was like, you know what? That might be a bit of an interesting thing to play with. So we went on that direction. Nonetheless, nonetheless, so this is pretty good so far. I think it works. Most of the things in there are good. The Yoko case study specifically is a bit too emphasized on the code and encryption thing for now, so I still need to rewrite that, but for the sake of mm, mm, um yeah, I think the target audience that Fields has in mind is not the community base thing. It's more the privacy enthusiast and security enthusiast people rather than the people that would use Discord. So I'm guessing um, probably something like the IT professionals and the internal teams that are like in very big companies that can't have Discord internally but need something that is working similarly. Um, so yeah, but yeah, uh, Kyoto is more community based than Discord and more niche, I guess. Um, but it's also content based and not user based, if that makes sense. Um, but yeah, yeah. I mean, that was the I said that was the initial guess that we had with the chat here. Um, but yeah, it is Slack. It's basically a mix of Discord and Slack, if you can think of it. It's uh could be a thing, but then again, this is a project from Fields from 2 months ago, so far we don't have adoption, marketing, other things. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter yet. But yeah, I'm still battling with the page transition, and it just doesn't make any fucking sense. There is this kind of fade effect that I put in place just to, get fade in between pages, but it's just like it's not there yet, and it goes to almost pure black or almost pure white here and there. And if we are on light mode, for example, for sorry for the flashbang on this one, um, it it kind of works, but it also kind of not works. I don't know entirely. Like it looks better on light mode, obviously, but eh, eh. at at least at the minimum of what I could have, yeah. I think the one that makes sense will have like huh, a good output overall. Like Mima being this purple thing overall is a good thing. Having like the cursor that creates the trails that you can use on the logo is like having a tie to the brand. That's the main point. But then the rest of the content in there isn't necessarily something that is like very much tied to the brand. I mean, specifically on this one, it is. That's kind of bad. I'm using the Gen Interface JP font for everything, which I talked about before. It's a mix of Noto, Inter, I think Nito as well, that is meant to uniformize. Good job, me. Uh, Basically centralized the Japanese and non-Japanese text together so that they make sense together and they don't look like heavier, which is the usual case. So it's a good thing. I like this font, and therefore, yeah, that's as next year dictionary, it's in there. But yeah, I think it's a nice font overall. It's a very simple interface-based font, and it works, and therefore I like it. That's all it is. That's all it is. So Mima is using it as their brand identity font in the first place, and then their Furnace serif font is not necessarily the right one. I think the source serif font is the one that I selected, but they are very much the same thing. This one looks very similar. But then again, the goal here was to have something that is editable in theme, and that was recognizable as, okay, this is like the brand in question that we had a second ago. So if I go into the app itself, which right now we don't really have, like we don't have the link, we just go into the style guide itself, which is not necessarily the greatest of ideas that I had, but whatever. If you were to go into the website itself, it would be kind of similar-ish. Right now, it is not a not at all. This is what the clients decided to do for their own website, and I'm like, all right, cool. All right. If that's if that's the vibe that you want to go for, I get it. It's okay. But other than that, most of them are pretty simple. This one is the logo that we have designed in that company in 2015. Basically, when I joined, one of the designers that were in the company was saying, I've been pushing for a redesign of the logo because the logo is bad. So I've built this thing, and I looked at it and I said, there is 2 pixel misaligned on the right side. You should just put it back in the center. He laughed at me. He zoomed in and he saw 2 pixels, 2 pixels. And after that, I was good. So yeah. And then we worked on a bit of a better logo. We had another variation of this that was a lot better than what we ended up with, but so far I feel like that feather is pretty good. Yeah, I kind of lost the eye. I'm not gonna lie. I still have something. There is still something that I'm like, I can see that it's not centered. Um, but at that time, because I was basically coming out of my mechanical engineer era, just like basically just before, where we were looking at mechanical pieces and parts and things that were at microns of a difference. Obviously, you can't see a micron of a difference with your eyes, but like when you are 10 microns different, you can see that this thing is a teeny tiny bit bigger than the rest, and you're like, okay, cool, let me just check. You check with a micrometer, and you're like, yeah, it is bigger. And so that eye was pretty good at the time. Now, I wouldn't, I wouldn't trust it. Um, so yeah, that was pretty nice. But the logo itself was really bad, the one that they wanted to create overall. And then in there, most of the content is just old content, and I don't know what I can do about it. You can see the screen um, aspect ratio is it's chubby. These phones, ha. Every time we talk about old phones, I'm gonna say the same thing. I repeat myself. I don't care. Today, what we want as consumer is the phones from 2015 with the tech of 2027. Like, if we get into the phone design from 2015, 2012, 20 whatever, and we just remove the top header, the bottom things, we get like less bezels, same thickness if possible, because they were thicker at some points, and better cameras potentially in the back. Um, but the same form factors, the same designs, that would be, I, I mean, for myself, great choices, great choices. Um, but yeah, I don't know why the companies don't understand that the design that they have made 10, 12 years ago was still really good already. And I mentioned the Google Pixel, I think 6P, or not 6P, not Pixel, Nexus. I think the 6P was, yeah. This is like very much aligned with the latest rendering of the new Google Pixels. And I'm like, if you kept that kind of smooth transition with the notch of the camera and have the visor as well, I'd be I'd be happy with that. Like, these ones were really nice. And I think the 6 or the 5, yeah, the 5 one in white was one of my favorite texture. Not that it matters, but yeah, the back was really good. It's similar to the one that made me very much like um I think it's the Find 5. Nope. Yes. The first Find 5 feels what calling is one of my first Android phones that I really cherished and loved and then gifted to my sister and then she broke the screen. But it was really nice, and it was a copy of the One Plus One, if you remember that. And it had this finish in the background, which, if you wrote with a ball pen pencil on it, you could just scrape it off. So yeah, it's a long time ago. Long time ago. But yeah, this one looks like the Xperia Arc. If you put them side by side, um, from the front, they look very similar because of that kind of arch-shaped section right there. And yeah, the main difference that we had on this one is that, and I don't think I could see this, this band right there was an LED to give you your notification. And it was like basically um, glowing blue. I don't think it's gonna be available. Yeah. Obviously, I'm looking for the thing. It's not available. Fuck it. Anyways, moving on. Uh, so yeah, let me go back and read the thing that I have been said that I haven't read. Um, the computer is an affordable stuff that doesn't spy on me as far as UI design. Most things are at least decent. That is true. That is true. We used to have some very horrendous things that are now a bit better. Congrats on landing. God damn it. That is an impressive first drop of the day. I am impressed. Let's say it's a landing pad. I guess. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Everyone's dropping now. I am making a bet. I am missing the target. Yep. I am not missing the target. Congrats, Stony, on landing as well. Everyone's landing. Oh no, Stony, you missed the target. My bad. My bad. We did it though. We did it, Techie. You landed. Congrats. um, but yeah, the first Android, the T-Mobile G1. I think my dad used to have the first Android phones, the HTC first of its name, I think, G1. Um, but yeah, it was nice. The ball was nice. We liked the balls. That is ah, ah, debatable. Um, but yeah, no, overall, I do feel like um, most of the older phones, like I'm biased. I'm extremely biased on this because at the time where smartphone were not a thing just yet, I was extremely interested in smartphone, or at least at the time where the iPhone was not a thing just yet. So before 2007, I was interested in smartphones and phones in general, and I learned design, specs, capabilities, prices. I could, and that's the part where you're like, I'm a nerd about some stuff. At that time, which is not the case anymore, at that time, I was able to see the corner of a phone from someone's hand and give you the spec sheet with no errors in anything. Like I could give you the models, the year, the capacity, like everything that was possible in that thing, the color scheme when there were multiple, and now that's not the case anymore because they all look the fucking same. I'm not able to like notice the edge, the whatever, the things. It's just like I can give you the brand, but that's about it. Anyways, the most of the Sony or the Sony Ericsson Xperia, like the first version, and the first Xperia, um, I think the Sony Ericsson Xperia 1 was very good. Like this is one of the first that pushed me into smartphone land and being interested in building things and also therefore go into um like mechanical engineering and the Stony Xperia, yeah. But it was really good, and I don't know. I feel like they've done a very good job at the time at presenting them, obviously, and then after that, they did some of the Sony Xperia. I think the Neo was the first kind of flop that they had because it was like kind of weird, and then they had the Play, if I'm not mistaken, which not videos, which were the first PlayStation slash Sony Xperia thing, which were pretty good. But then after that, they kind of descended into the abyss of phones, and it's so sad. I I don't I don't like the N-Gage. Um, I I like it as a statement of what it means in the evolution of phones, but I don't think it was a practical phone for what a phone is supposed to be. Um, sorry, I just saw that. You can get the N-Gage on your iPhone now. No, no. But I was a Nokia enthusiast in the beginning, mainly because my mom had a Nokia and then my aunt had a Nokia as well. So I liked them overall. But most of them were not like as good as they used to be. I do still think that the this is gonna come from someone that doesn't have tech understanding. Don't worry about it. Uh, the Symbian OS was really good. The the before Android interfaces and the thing that you could do with them were pretty impressive for the time already. But still nowadays there are things that I remember being able to do in Symbian that I can't do on Android without going through very complex apps and routing and so on. So, but yeah. Um, There is a red and white phone. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that my aunt used to have, and then they created a slim version of this thing, which is this one, and then my sister got this one a long, long time ago. But yeah, I do remember that most of the phones at the time were tiny. I don't remember them being that tiny, but I mean, I believe it. I just think we are not used to it anymore. God damn, that's tiny. The holy fuck. Took me by surprise. But you know, this one was fun as well with the rotating elements in there before things were rotating. But yes, it was, I mean, that era of phones and not smartphone just yet was such an interesting era of product design and creativity, and therefore pushed me into engineering so that I could potentially build them. And yeah, it's it's a nice thing. I do still think that um, most of the Sony Ericsson phones were pretty interesting at the time, even though kind of boring. I had this one for a long time because just music was interesting. Um, it was nice. It had like tactile play pause button on the outside, so you could just control your music from the outside. And then I moved on to one of these, not this one, but like his younger brother, which had a stylus and a touch screen. A touch screen. And in 2008, I think, 2007, 2008, I had a touchscreen phone. That was pretty good, like similar to this one. Not the P1. I think it's the next, just right after. It was pretty nice. And someone stole it from me. Oh my god. It had a nice wheel on the side where you could control your volume and your music. But yeah. The Tablet P from Sony Ericsson or from Sony? I'm guessing Sony. Is that the one? Yeah. That is a no. That I guess once closed. Listen. This picture specifically, if you told me it was a tan booth, um, I would have trusted you. Tan bed, yes, not booth bed. It looks like one. I had never heard of these. That's a very Japan market thing for sure. Damn. Damn. That's pretty cool. It looks interesting. But yeah, again, as Tony said, at that era of things, stuff looked interesting. We had fun. We had fun with the ability of creating things. And I mean, I still remember when the Chinese manufacturer, when I started to become interested in the um is it the Mi 1? Yeah, it is. The first Xiaomi 1 was very close to the Samsung one that existed at the time, so very similar shell and so on. And then more time passed and more interest became to be on the iPhone, the more they became to be duplicate of the iPhones, to the point where at some point Meizu was basically the company that gave me every single iPhone before the iPhone was launched. And you could, like, they were so good at being from the same city and the same companies thing that when they were creating like a new design, it was based on the iPhone design that was about to be released. And therefore we saw things and I was like, this is what the iPhone, I forgot the name, I think iPhone 6 at the time, was about to be looking like. And then guess what? Uh, 3 months later, iPhone drops and it's like, yeah, it's the fucking same thing because Meizu has access to the plans and the patents and shit. And it's like, I see. So yeah, at that time, it started to be kind of less interesting. And it's also when I started to be less interested in modding phones as well. Android phones became less and less interesting. And now they are just boring. I mean, even iPhones are just boring shape wise. So yeah. When you say like not tracking you and does the thing that you ask it to do, I don't think there is any phones right now that does that without a lot of things from you. And I mean, a lot of things from you, a lot of actions from you. And even if you do the actions that are required for you to not be tracked, you still end up being tracked because you're using apps that are tracking you anyways. So yeah, at that point. iOS is pretty good. I do agree with that. It's still not true that you're not tracked. And if we believe Apple, which we shouldn't, but if we do, it's anonymized and so on. The data they get is from the people that are allowing it and willing to do so. I still believe that they track you anyways. It's just like we haven't discovered that they track you anyways. But we'll see. We'll see. But then, for now, it seems that iOS is the best option, and then the other option for Android is Graphene OS. Um, yeah, that is crazy. I I'm kind of sad about chat control. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a very bad thing. I don't think it's gonna be enforceable. That's the silver lining that I see. It's like requesting the ability to scan every single messages that goes through an EU server, basically that goes to a phone and an app and whatever. I don't think they like going to be able to do anything about it. Um, other than, and that's the only potential thing, uh, they force messaging app to go through SMS again because they already tracked the SMS things because they go through the servers and it's not encrypted. But yeah, um, it's not what the bill is about, but this is included in the bill, which is the part that is kind of sad. Like having the ability to request, if necessary, access to I think if I remember correctly, specific individuals' uh, messaging routes. I think so that on demands, it could be requested that a phone is tapped on and it's easier to do. But I mean, as always, that just means if you can do that for one person just now, then why not do that for everyone tomorrow? Not that I care, but yeah. Um, I, you know, I don't, I don't think that total knowledge is a good thing. Um, like state control and so on. But I also see it as it's a fear mechanism as always. Like if you do something that is bad, the government is going to be aware of it anyways. And in a way, like it's a deterrent, but it's also a motivators for other people to create things that are going around the deterrent and being less and less secure, but in a way they will be more and more secure. So it's probably, as you said, it's probably going to be a bit of an internet breaking thing where we will have a split, and some people are gonna go in one direction, the others in the correct direction of like the companies and the governments. So yeah, nonetheless, at that point, most of the most of the Vivo concept phones were really interesting to me at the time. The the Xiaomi phone that is like a fully wrapped thing is really cool. Still hasn't been released, obviously, for many technical reasons. And we had some interesting things, like this one is to me. The endpoint of phones, I wish it had taken off because it was really good. Um, like this one was the no ports, no buttons, no seam phone. So basically, if the battery died, the battery died. That's it. You don't have a screw. You don't have a thing. Like the only way to get access to the content was through the screen, if I remember correctly. And you charged it with the. I shouldn't have clicked on that. You charged it through the port at the back right there, which was really nice. I like that. I like that a lot. But then obviously didn't work. So pissed me off. But that was a great IP68 or IP69 phone, obviously. You had to go through compliance for the for Kyoto. It doesn't stop us from encrypting user data. It just mandates that we report. Um, yeah, I mean that makes sense. But then again, it also, if I remember correctly, or at least that's one of the things that I've read, it allows them to request, like to get access on request. And that's a bit of a not so good. Like one of the thing that is good with Apple is that they can't. I mean, officially from what they are saying, they cannot. Um, like even they can't get access to the content that you have. So yeah, I don't know. If it's encrypted, then yeah, probably. Um, Again, the Zenfone flippy camera is coming from the Oppo Find 6. Nope. It's the Find. Was it the Find 7? And now, obviously, I look for the Find 7 and we see the fucking glow, as I mentioned earlier. Was it the Find 8? It wasn't. I'm gonna look for the flip camera. Because obviously, yeah, that one. The N and N1 had that flip camera. And the thing that was interesting at the time was because this thing was motorized, you had, and one of the things that they were advertising for is that if you placed it, like if you placed it properly on the table, like on its edge, you could create a panorama that was really almost 360 because you could rotate the camera at a regular speed to get like a panorama picture, which was interesting. But yeah, no, the you said the Zenfone 6? Yeah, similar. Similar indeed. I mean, at that time, we did so much in um, trying to figure out exactly how to remove the camera from stuff and like put it somewhere else. For me, my favorite rendition of that was um the Mix 3. Yeah, I love this stick. This doesn't have like it's one of the first one that didn't have a punch hole camera, and basically the screen was sliding down instead of up compared to other platforms. So you had the camera, the front-facing camera that was there, and then the back camera was a regular back camera. But I still love this thing. I have my Mimix 2 on my desk that I'm using as it's still great, but yeah, I love this thing. And the wallpaper was good. As if that made any sense. Any difference? You know, they've done a lot of really good thing. This is the one that I don't have. But the Mix 2 is very much the same. And it looks amazing. And then again, if we didn't have the chin and we had a punch hole at the top, that design, which is ceramic, piano black things in the background, fingerprint sensor, a good enough camera, not necessarily the best camera, but a good enough camera and a good screen. I feel like this would be amazing as a 2026, 2077 phone. But no, we need like less bezels and different form factor because this doesn't work. Hmm. Anyways, details. Details. What the fuck was I saying on this? Yeah, no, working on that was the was the plan. The only one that I'm uh not pretty sure about is this one because we are showcasing people and it's basically what happened. Like we had workshops and shit, and I might just have to go through all of the pictures again and just blur faces for the sake of privacy, even though they all have signed uh, contract thing to allow us to take picture during the event. But you know, just for safety, I might just blur people's faces. Not that it matters, but it would be there nonetheless. Have you not yet partaken in dunking on Snap's ear-crushing glasses? Um, you have missed it. You have missed it because we did that on the day that it was happening. But the thing that I wanted to mention, showcase, and talk about Kane. Hi, I'm recording. How are you? How's the day going? I don't know if I saved it here. I know I probably liked, sorry, I know I probably liked it and then um talked about it. Is you want to die? What happened? That is a thing. Um Snapchat spectacle thingy. I forgot what's the name of the guy in question? The ear crushing guy. This one. Uh Evan Spiegel. Evan Spiegel with a fucking SP. I can't type. And this bitch is pissing me off. The thing in question that I'm basically mentioning is this. God damn it. Why when I zoom in? It turns out it 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 was not it was not ear crushing. Absolutely not. And obviously it looks like it, but that that's a crazy pull as a as a turn of event. It's like, all right, cool. Um, Nonetheless, as the first person replied right there, like you should not be promoting them on yourself because it looks like it's uncomfortable and not good. So I absolutely agree with that. Um, but even then, the other people that were wearing it had or looked like something that was very, very much um, heavy. And they looked like shit. Kane, what do you mean your license ended? Also, I just read that. License for what? License for a car or license for Figma and other things? Um, the Ryan glasses. I think that's the one, or maybe it was the introduction thing. These ones um, are so much better. Like they look goofy, obviously. You have the same issue with the branches being like kind of hefty and shit, but they are still okay. Like they are more okay than these ones, visually speaking. Um, the other thing that anyone in the fashion industry or in the fashion industry will tell you is that um, any Balenciaga sunglasses or glasses uh, that are like kind of heavy are basically the same shit. And a lot of influencers and other like fashion people and I like are like not really phased by the fact that the branches themselves are fat because that's the way it is, which implies that they could have gone with a very hefty, very wide bands on the side with tiny things, you know, for your ears so that it's comfortable to wear and so on, and have all of the computers in these big ass things because you have the space in all of that. But no, they decided to do them as regular glasses look alike or as weird ass thing. Like if they had made this thing like a visor type of situation, I think it would have been fine. They would have had the ability to put things in the back to be like slimmer and more comfortable. But yeah, I don't know. I agree with the statement, Techie. I don't know how Snap is still alive. I don't know how they are making money, and I don't really give a shit. But yeah, I don't know why they are still alive. That's yeah. I think they are. I think they are making them like a proof of concept, but still, like they had the ability to create some of the most high fashion sunglasses, glasses looking things, and it would have worked, but they decided to appeal to the mass consumers instead of the elite fashionistas that exist, and you ended up with shit that just don't work. Just doesn't work. Look at that shit. Like the heaviness of this thing is crazy. If we look at, um, I feel like maybe I could. Chris used to have some very heavy glasses. These ones are not the fattest that he has. There is like a very specific video that we have seen where he wears one of the fattest of glasses. Dapshi will come on it. And these are designer's glasses. And therefore, I'm like, yeah, if you just do a pair of very heavy branches thing, I feel like it could have worked. Like they are massive. It's eh, eh. Anyways, Dapshi, just to make you rage a little bit because you didn't lend. Uh, so far, you know, is a day of lending, I guess. We had four lendings with you included, which is pretty impressive. Congrats, congrats on lending. Weirdly enough, it yeah, did go through. You're not built different whatsoever. Not today. I do think that the Google Glasses were really good. And when they came out or when they were announced, I was very interested in getting one. And then obviously I saw the price and the fact that I'm in France and therefore it didn't go through. But yeah, I would have probably used them like crazy. Well, not today. Kane, not today. But yeah, no. Anyways, back to the main thing that I was talking about. So yeah, we have like updated things. I'm pretty happy with the content. Going back to what we said, the this is a great example of using AI to generate a base layout and then work on polishing, aligning, ensuring that you have something that makes more sense to you, and so on. And I feel like I've done a pretty okay job. It's not a good job, but it's a pretty okay job adding some teeny tiny touches here and there of fun just to, get some interesting things. Um, is a nice touch. But yeah, I'm still needing some additions here and there. Which by the way, side note, this thing almost one-shotted. Um, the only thing that I added as a second prompt was the saturation effect to match the saturation effect that I have here, where on hover we have the saturation on the icons. So that consistency and shit. But yeah, and then obviously making sure that it worked on mobile because the mobile version, as mentioned, well, I'm missing things. So I do have an horizontal scroll that gives me some things like this, kind of, and it's fun. The hover effect obviously doesn't exist, so we end up with um, just just that as an option, so you can scroll through and then click on something, but it doesn't give you anything. Like it's only if you long press you would have access to the name, but it's just like ugh, not great. So yeah, um, that could work. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea on mobile to get like an iOS folder option and then opening it. The thing is, I have more than 9 in there, so would mean 2 pages. Not doing that. Um, and yes, the dock should extend in both direction. I agree with that statement. Uh, but I said no. I feel like it's more fun to have the thing just grow instead of like moving it on both sides. It's a bit of a weird system. Right now it fits the full width of the columns, which I think is nice. Uh, but yeah. Anyways. Drag physics is in there, hover physics is in there, curve tab is in there as well. That people can potentially explore how the fuck I did this thing and how it works. And because of the clicks, now it looks like, you know, click effect. Which is not true. It happens everywhere. There is no difference. No difference. I like it. I like it. I don't think I have. I have. I have checked the landing page. I haven't checked the editor. I just saw this thing and specifically like that transition there, but I haven't checked it in depth in it. I need to, but it's not in the pipeline just yet, just because it's yeah, not I'm not there yet. Not there yet. At some point, yes, for sure. We'll need to. It's gonna be useful. Again, when you look at this landing page, it looks AI generated because it probably is AI generated to an extent with the same system. So yeah. Nonetheless, what I was just saying on this thing is this is a great potential presentation of what can be achieved if you want to just start with an AI template and then build something around it. It is feasible, it works, and you can have other effects, animations, and things that make sense to you. Um, you know, it's simple. I feel like that makes sense. I feel like that makes sense, and I still think there is a little bit too much content on this portfolio, which is not a portfolio, but it is a portfolio. Um, and therefore there are some stuff that are just breaking. But yeah, I don't mind it. I like it. The only thing that I could potentially say is that I would probably, if it didn't have like that much content, I would probably use what I've done here for Yorker, which is like it's still backdrop blur, but because it is uh like I hate this thing. Oh my god. This is never gonna work. Yeah, it's never sticky and it makes no sense. Because it's a pill shape, I feel like it's fine. And I would probably do that, but because I have like so much content, I need to remove shit. I think I need to remove my email, just keep LinkedIn and Twitter, and the hire me button, just in case. Um, but I don't even think the hire me buttons makes any sense, to be honest. I I mean, it's sending me there, so yeah. Um, I don't think I agree with you. I I think for the target audience of security and privacy, not necessarily having some visuals in there helps, and that is the reason why I didn't put some screenshots. But I could see how getting some sort of a like preview could help here and there. But yeah. Hmm. I mean, if you can't read that, which you can't because the font is shit, but the font is not shit. The font is just hard to read. In the C and T are kind of the same shape, and it's harder to read than what I thought in the first place. So yeah, um, I yes, that's what I said. I think I said that last month. I said it's kind of sad because the T looks like the Shrek logo, and because of the green, yeah. Um, I think we should go for a different font, and I might just change that at some point. The one that I had shortlisted in the first place was this one, which I think is pretty good. We used that one for the logo, so that's why we kept it afterwards. But uh, that might be easier to read for most people. And then the pixelated versions are really cool. I feel like this is a nice font. It looks neat. It is very much aligned with the current one that is overused, um, which I don't remember the name of that font. It is kind of the Bellator logo. But there is a font that has been propagated in the past few months, I think. And a lot of people are saying that it is the best looking font to land on the internet in the past few years, and I'm like, nah, um, not really. I don't think I saved it. It's a good font nonetheless. But yeah. Yeah, I I mean, I guess the point that Phil's put in place earlier was that it's it's a communication platform, but it's not a chat app. So yeah, it might be. It's not. No, it's one of these pixelated ones. I know I liked some of these in the past. Um, and I I know they've been like on my feed for I don't know, it feels like so long now. They have a nice sepia tone landing page, if I'm not mistaken, with an interesting shapes and shit. Um, and I could potentially find it. Um, I don't know if they have a font that I've seen, but
Kerimo1X is now following.
I'm trying to read that. Is it Kerim? Is your name just Kerim? Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Your name is Kerim. I will use Kerim. It's gonna be easier. Uh, it's not this one. It is not gonna be found because obviously I'm talking about the thing. God damn it. I should have saved it. I should have saved the fucking thing. Would have made my life easier again, as always. As all fucking ways. You saw it random on Twitch? Well, welcome on in. We are, so if you don't know who we are, um, we are design. I mean, I am design most of the time. We do some dev sometimes, but most times design talking. And right now I'm looking for a font that I can't find, obviously, because I'm trying to find the font in question that I'm talking about. So that's the common theme, which I think is this kind of pixelated thing that we saw a second ago, which is not like the one in question, but that pissed me off. But yeah, that font here could be used as well. I feel like this is the thing that I was looking for. Like it's another pixelated font. Anyway, side notes on uncheck. Let me go back and click on that link that you shared earlier. The thing is, I couldn't, I wouldn't be able to give you a search query to find the thing. I would say that's the issue. Um, I would say that's the issue. If I could, it would have been more sense, but it's not. Um, it is not on this one, but they do have good fonts. I agree. I think I have. I think I have their demo pack. But yeah, it might be this one because it makes sense and it could work. Like it's the type of shit that could work. Um, so we'll we'll see. We'll see. It's just neat. It's just neat. A bit of a pixelated thing could work for your code. That's basically what I'm saying. Other than that, that's it. That's it. Nothing else. I had saved something earlier, and I feel like we need to kind of glance over it for a split second for many reasons. Huge Icon posted this thing of saying same UI, same layouts, somehow complete quality filling for Velt, which uh, that sentence makes no sense in my eyes, nonetheless. But when you look at this, when you look at this compared to this, right? I wish we could have both side by side. It would be great. You know what? I can do that. I'm gonna do that in Figma, so that we can just zoom in and show you why I have issues with it. Other than the fact that it's just huge icon and therefore I have some issues with them. But so this one is the huge icon rendering, if I'm not mistaken. And this one is the official icons that they are already using. This looks so much better. Um, like that icon is so much cleaner than this one, and that looks like shit. And this is too close. The spacing that is in there is wrong, like because of the curve, they just don't match together. Um, and it's kind of sad because they are using these things as a presentation of how better huge icon is, and it's just like it's just wrong. Yeah, that thing looks interestingly not as a bell as the other one. So it's I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I feel like the bot might be the only one that makes sense. Maybe the light bulb is interesting, but then again, at pixelated view, real rendering, because this one is zoomed in, obviously, these blobs are gonna merge into each other, and you lose like a ton of details, and then this one looks a bit better. So yeah, but then at the end of the day, it's just icons. So people that likes icon will select the one that they like the most, and it makes sense. And it makes sense. Let me click on that, but also, um, I do dev at times, but not by myself. Karim, I don't have the skills. I do have the skills to command an LLM to do things for me at times, and I can do some stuff in SwiftUI, but that's about it. Um, so yeah. Um, and then you say, are you interested in custom workflow that exports framework to 10 stack or Next.js with SEO? Everything else, one export's costing about $300. Not really. I don't think the clients that I have would be interested in moving from Framer to something that is hand managed. At least not now. They don't have the skills to be able to hand manage things. I think some clients would be willing to go with hand managed, but when they are willing to do so, they don't have the need for Framer in the first place, and they're already manually doing things. So yeah. Um, but I do dev to an extent without really an extent. I've just been a designer for a long time. Um, and also, Stony, you said you need to add some tags like Figma design and not a dev and such. Where on my website, or you mean on the title of the stream that you have changed again? I appreciate it. um, on the stream, well, they are right there, kind of thing. The tags, um, in there we have like Figma and so on, and we don't have um, more tags available. Like I think I was stuck on that, but yeah, I did some things, but it was based on the content. Um, I don't I don't know how this shit works, to be honest. Um, I think the bench going back, I'm in two chats at the same time. I think the bench check marks are cool, but not necessarily uh, in double checks. I feel like the double checks is creating that weird thing where you have like not enough space in between these two, and the distance in between the two should have just been like a bit more. I did also I'm biased on this one for many reasons. Um, and I don't think I did the double. Yeah, I just did one of them for my regular check marks. I feel like if I were to create like a double, like it would need to be somewhere around here in order to make sense and have the effect that we wanted it to have. So the only options for this to not look like this is to move that point back and that thing down a bit. So basically having this curve to be on a circle and this one to be on a bigger circle overall to get the effect to make sense. But that's roughly the only option to get the curved effect of the check marks and make it make sense. Like this would be fine-ish. We would need to cut somewhere around, I guess, here and probably there to get the path to be good. And probably for me, I would do that. But like um that's the only thing. Um yeah, no, I'm not using the native cut tool. Also, congrats on landing, Phils. That's twice in a row. Let's see if the prophecy is back. I don't know. But yeah, that looks better than what they have, mainly because you have, and even then it's kind of wrong, but mainly because you have roughly the same amount of space in between here and here and there. Like that's the thing. I would need like a little bit more time to figure out exactly the correct angle and get this, as I mentioned, the circle that was used here to be zoomed in, which I can do very simply. But yeah, that's like the only thing. But then again, very important. That's basically the reason why their version is not going to work, because this is the pixelated version and rendering of the icon. And if we just put that here, you end up with something that is like not like it's blending through. And that's the issue. Like you want to avoid the blend. So as I mentioned earlier, to avoid the blend, you basically need to put it back up. And then the cut in question is going to just cut like half of this here. And so it's just like, first of all, not going to work, but also because of that angle thing, we need to have like as much space validity in between the two. And even if we go into a retina display things, um, nonetheless, the most important thing is always to check and pixelated sizes to see if things are going to render properly or not. Most of the time it's going to be SVG, so it's going to render, but we never know. So, yeah. Did I not land? I didn't land, apparently. But yeah, again, I have a bit of a beef with huge icon for many reasons. We talked about that last time. It's fine, but this is broken. This is broken. Also, I don't know, and this is a shorthand that I don't know most of the time. W slash is with, or is it without? Because sometimes I use double slash without and not with. So yeah, it's with. Okay, cool. So yeah, I prefer these ones. Oh, I see. Thank you for that. This one is so boring and basic, but I get it. This one is same thing, boring and basic, but it works. And I love the brain a lot more than the huge icon brain. I feel like this is a more complex thing. I obviously anything that I say about someone else's icon pack is to be taken into um like 3 grains of salt because I have my own. But if we go into medical, do we have? Did I put that in here? Yeah, the brain that I have there are kind of. It's more like a nut than a brain, but it is softer than just a cloud. And I don't know. I feel like this is a better rendering nonetheless. Even though it doesn't look like brain, it looks like a turkey. Not gonna lie, that's the reality. It is. It is very smooth. That's the point. I can't show you this. I mean, I can show you this, but I haven't talked about this in a long time. This is it in there? It is. It is obviously a ball. We had a time where we wanted to create an emote for Smooth Brain on Twitch, and then we looked at it and we were like, this is not gonna this is this is not gonna fly. I thought you were I thought you were way higher than that. Earlier you said guess my usage. I thought you were like at 80% already. But yeah, it looks like a tip, so we decided to not do that for many reasons. but also it is an old thing. So not in there. But yeah, no, the main issue that we have with huge icon in general is that they are not built properly. Um, and I could put it inside of a skull, but then it's not like we don't have enough space around them. And yeah, um, meaning for the not built properly, if you know that your icon are gonna be using, uh, can I not do that? Something happened that pissed me off. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, get out. Fuck's sake. Figma being a bitch again. Um, if you if you switch icon, and let's say I'm gonna get like one of the other icons from the same pack, everything is fine, everything is good. If I get there and I say, oh, let me change this for my accent color instead, and then I decide to change the icon for something else, it's gonna work because all of my content is named properly, as in the thing that are 60% opacity, I'll name 60. The thing that are 100% opacity, I'll name vector. That makes sense. If I did the same thing as components with the huge icon system, which we mentioned and showcased on Friday, obviously, I don't think I have access to this thing because it's like locked, or sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. I really don't understand how the fuck they have done this thing, but you know, it does work, whatever. Even then, if I take this and that and this as three icons that they have created, and we put that in white for many reasons, and then we create multiple components, and I say, I get that icon, and I change this thing to red, and then from there, I swap to something else. Color didn't go through. If I swap to something else, color didn't go through. So, like, I can't predict. This is cool though. This one is pretty cool, but I can't predict with huge icon, with the way that they have built things, what is going to be replaced and renamed and so on, because they have split components vectors where these two should have been merged together. Like that should be within. God damn it, that should be within right there. These, like that, and that should be included in that vector so that we have like one thing, and then this thing right there weird. This should be lined. Not gonna lie, this is so bad. This is not supposed to happen like this. Oh my god. So yeah, it's not like a group. If you group them, then you end up with the same issue. Um, but it is like a single line, basically. You or a single vector. Like my solid thing are, even though they are composed of a subtract object, the outputs that they have is a single element. And then the next one that is right here is a single element as well. And this one is a single element. And obviously right now they are not named properly. I need to rename all of them to vector. Um, but like it's just how Figma works. In code, no issues. In code, the huge icon version is fine. It's an SVG pass. No issues in there. So yeah. Live transcoding is good. Live transcoding is good. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's gonna hurt. Figma, can you work? That would be appreciated. Thank you. This is so slow. This is so slow. Oh my god. This is probably going to turn the stream into a slideshow again. that might be helpful, yeah. Um Come on. Just rename shit. I also just noticed that this one is not right. That is wrong. That needs to be replaced or changed. Oh, that's so sad. At least if you have something, again, as I've mentioned, like zooming in, no issues, right? Everything is fine. You have something that is pretty fast. If I hover the red section, I'm doing the exact same movement. See how choppy this bitch is. I'm just hovering the red section, like no other thing. But if I move there, I'm fast again. It makes no fucking sense. And if I'm within the thing and I'm hovering the red section, it's choppy, but less choppy. If I'm hovering the blue section, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Makes no fucking sense. Anyways, I love hating on Figma just so that my sponsorship opportunities are out in the trash. So, yeah. um, it's so weird. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But that's a nice system. Um, you can save your collection in HEVC and save 60% storage. Why? Can you explain that, Stony? That's interesting to me. I guess not. I mean, I wish not. Maybe they do. I don't care. But yeah, but why the transcription helps with being able to store in HEVC? HVAC. HVAC? High video encoding? Hybrid video encoding? Hybrid and experimental video encoding? Video compression? Probably. Compression. I don't know. High efficiency video codec. That makes sense. It depends. Techie. It depends. Maybe not. If you do it for free and you expect them to not necessarily use it, but just like have access to it, eh. Have a good rest of your day, please. Thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Take care of your MacBook, and we'll see you soon. We'll see you another day. I mean, I guess it's fine if they are providing like a bounty hunter things, and then maybe. Though you're saying this is a donate section. It could. It could. Are you saying that within like tier two or tier one of the donation goals that they have, they are like hiring someone? Is that what is in there? Um, yeah. Visual refresh on the homepage. Yeah. Um, or hire UI designer. I mean, listen, listen. Why not? If you do it for free. So here is what could happen. It's not necessarily a dick move to do. It's just if you do it now and you're like, here is like, I love the project, I like what you're doing, and therefore I can't really give you some money, but I can give you some of my time, which is like equivalent to money. And here is like a redesign of the homepage. Like that's what I've done for you. You can use it if you want to. That's on you. You decide whatever. You can remove it from the tier three if necessary, but it's just like it's a freebie and so on. If that's the case, and then they reach the 300 K goal, and they're like, now we need to hire a UI designer, you will come in mind, like almost instantly. Of oh yeah, we have had that person that provided us with a free update of the landing page, which is really good, which we like, which the community liked as well. Why not just hire them directly because we have a relationship in a way? It's an option. It is a dick move, meaning that the other potential candidate that would have applied to the job would not have the ability to do so. But if you really like the project, mm, you know, eh, yeah, I don't. This is a weird thing for me. I don't really give a shit about where you're coming from. If your designs are good, your designers are good. Like that is that's it. Like it's just yeah, you like you are a designer. You've been doing some design for companies in the past. Some of them have been crypto things. Some of them have been, I don't know, I'm gonna say things that are not necessarily true, but like AI generated stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you're just doing the job that is applied to you, and you need to eat at some point. So what's the point of looking? So I don't really give a shit though. But yeah, gas face, well, come on in. How are you? Day's going okay. Um, day's going okay. I have released something, which is crazy. I wish that wasn't the case. I don't know. I feel like you could 100% just give them a bit of a refresh if you wanted to. God damn, I might not be welcome in scrolling through this. You know, it's like as I mentioned, which is absolutely different system and an absolutely different setup than this thing, which I have a relationship with that person in terms of they are my accountant and they were friends with my dad and they've been taking care of us as the children since my dad passed away in the financial terms of things. So we have a relationship that is more like aunt child kind of thing, which is not true, but like kind of that's the relationship that we have. But she's my accountant and I redesigned her website because I said this looks like shit. I need to do something about it. And then the next time that we meet and that I can go into the office and I can showcase the things to the rest of the team and so on, it will probably be put in place. But that is because I have that relationship. In the other path of jobs that I've done the exact same thing, a bar that I used to go to had a very bad website, or at least a very dated website, and I just refreshed it with a more 2014 layout. That was basically the thing. 2014, 2015 layouts. And that's it. And then I gave it to the guy, and he said, I would love to have used this. It would have been so good, but I'm selling the shop next month, so there's no need. I was like, cool, good talk. Could have known that before, but no. And here, because it's probably people that you don't know, there could be a bit of a reticence on their end of like, who is this random that is trying to give us free stuff? Like, is this something that is tied to it, but we don't know yet? It could be taken this way. Or it's just, I love the project. I like what you do. I just can't stand your fucking landing page. Here is a redesign because I know you will not reach the 300K next month. And I just want to give you a bit of a head start because potentially giving you a head start in design will make you access the 300K faster. You know, getting a bit of a engagement and a converting landing page would help a ton for sure. So if you do that, then you help them in ways that is like much greater than what they could have achieved anyways. So the fact that you're coming from crypto, the fact that you are like giving it for free just because you like the project, I mean, it's free stuff for them, and potentially it's a referral for you in the future. And then again, if they really want to hire a designer later, they might just contact you and say, "Hmm, that person was good. We like it." Um, the only thing that I don't know about, and obviously I don't know enough about that thing. um, like it is the playdate thing. It might be outside of your habitual design style, and therefore that might be a challenge for you, which is really cool. As always, it's a really cool thing to have. I have a feeling that with the illustration types, this goes into an interesting challenge for you in doing some more drawing and creating some elements that are like more organic based, which I think would be good. The landing page itself is very simple, which is pretty like you don't have to do a lot of things. The layout could work like this, just with a better UI. And as I've been mentioning for the past few months, a lot of people are implementing shit like this in their UIs, and it is the new, trendy, challenging thing. So you could 100% put it as a challenge for yourself and say, oh, yeah, I would love to have something that is a bit more organic, a bit more creative, and that stands out from the regular flat design. And therefore, you go in that direction, or you go into a direction that is closer to these shit, which could work. Like, not necessarily the best option, but could work. This might feel too clean for the specific thing that they are building. Um, but it is feasible, and they have like a nice illustration type here that could be reused across the landing page. I don't see why not. To be honest, I don't see why not. um, let me let me click on that. I still like this thing. Um, yeah, I'm scared of the performance of this. I'm not gonna lie. This is scary. Are you using 3D rendering for this, or are you just fake 3D rendering a rotation? There are videos. Mm. That's a big ass thing. Sorry, that was a big ass dot flying through. Uh, which is pretty funny because last night I rewatched. Oh, you know what? Not re. I watched, I think for the first time, or maybe if it was a rewatch, I forgot the first time. The Stargate movie from 1994, and it unlocked things in my head, which makes sense that I didn't watch it in the first, like, before. It explains some stuff from the TV shows, so that's a reminder because they have like a constellation thing happening in the first scene. Anyways, yeah, I feel like this might be again very much different. This might be very much too clean, very much too clean for what they are trying to achieve. Um, Mars, welcome on in. How are you? I would potentially go into this as a design style. This is one of the things that I've done a long time ago. This is posted in 2013, but this is from prior to 2013. Um, but yeah, like that's the type of shit that I feel like could work um in ID, you know, for that specific landing page and use case and so on, going with an illustrated version of something, and therefore in order to achieve that and to ensure that you have like a good rendering options and good inspiration, just interface is gonna be good. If you are someone that is using DeviantArt, please don't. It's just porn now. It is what it is. I don't mind it, but it's just porn, and it happens. It's fine. Everything is just AI porn. It's crazy. But yeah, if you wanted to go through something like I guess Dishonored, um first of its name would have been better, but Dishonored 2 is a potential option to get as inspiration for that landing page because of the vibe that it gives and the vibe of the menus, the vibe of the pages, the vibe of the buttons could kind of match here. And also one of the reasons why I'm mentioning this one is because it is Photoshop uh, drawn on every single things. So yeah, yeah. Um, you change the title again? Is that what you've done? What you're talking about? But we good. We good. We good. We good. Um, yeah, yeah. I think that button. Uh, yeah, that button. That one button in question. Yeah, everything is just AI porn on DeviantArt, which is not on stream. I'm not gonna find this thing. I mean, this is a similar thing, but it's not the one in question. If you went vector and you went with the obviously um with the button, there is one button, and that's the only button that we have in mind. Uh, again, one day, one day we'll find a structure, a search bar on this thing. Why is it not? I think you know what I'm talking about, by the way, but yeah. Um, Brain is telling me something that is pretty true. I feel like I probably have saved this shit in another place. That's not the one, but it could be. It's not. It's not the button that I'm looking for. This is not the button I'm looking for. Um, it. Mm, mm. Is it just right there? Right, like. right there could be an option. Yeah, it probably is. Probably is. Let me just go right there as intended and see if it is right there. Same thing. My saved stuff is also filled nowadays, so it's gonna be way harder. You could go with some shit like this. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, there is this company that is doing like big ass list of buttons, and they have been promoting the fact that they have done 100 buttons that they have put in place. I should. That's the button in question. Like shit like this um, could be interesting for the vector-based button thing that you were talking about. Uh, I don't know exactly how it's done, easy to do, but yeah, it's still a very good thing. Um, but then again, I don't feel like it would match with the vibe that they are going for. I feel like shit like this would match better, specifically the beginning thing, like right there. That transition with the brush back would be very interesting, but also very complicated to do. So I do agree with that. Dapshi, you said something I didn't see. 1 second. Um, you have 2 days of burnout and demotivations every week. Well, congrats on that. Um, yeah, you're being French for the moment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. I hope it doesn't linger. It could happen. We never know. But please get better soon. Stop being French. Oh my God. Don't do that. Uh, yeah, I guess I mean vector hand drawn brushed things could work. It might just be performance wise complicated to ensure that it retains like the speediness of something like this. Um, something that is potentially easy to do is to stylize the images specifically on that landing page. Like this illustration is going to remain the illustration. There is no way around it because it is part of the art fight, I'm guessing, based on the design styles and so on. But if you incorporated things like the columns as an illustration for the entirety of the website, then maybe that could be interesting. If we go on um, this one that I've been talking about and showcasing for the past few, I guess, months now, um, it could work. Like it could be something similar. I'm not saying that this is the way, but getting like an illustration or a presentation here that looks like these illustrations vector based and then having some images loaded in it could be something that is an in between, but I also feel like this is too clean for what it is and how their current website look. There's also something to be taken into account when you are redesigning something, and it is the community and the perception of the actual users. Because you, as one of the users, might be like, this is not good, let me change the thing. But most of the community is fine with it. And if you apply changes, it will be like too much backlash around the change because it doesn't feel like the vibe that they had of naturally hand grown um, design things. But other than that, yeah. um, hmm. But also, I mean, they're not that far off. They're like 70K off, which is not 80K, which is not that much. Um, and if they've done that in 6 months, they probably will reach the goal, if that's actually true. Nonetheless, you know, I feel like some styling would work. Um, it as you mentioned, because the theme is changing every year, then yes, there is a need for something that is reusable and easy to maintain, easy to switch here and there. Um, Obviously, there would be no AI generated images and illustration for many reasons. That's a given. Um, but yeah, yeah. Again, going back to what you said earlier, is it a dick move to provide a design for free? I don't think so. I would personally see it as a gesture from the community to the creators and be like, I love what you're doing. I would love to support the project. I don't have the money. Here is something that I do have, which is skills. And here is a new version of the landing page. It's coded. You can use it if you want. It's not necessarily like just, the entirety of the thing, but it's working. And ask me like for the source files if necessary. But here is what I have to give you. That's all I have. I don't have the money to give you anything else. So yeah, I think it could work. I think it could work. And as mentioned, I wouldn't go with you still haven't fixed this fucking shadow. Uh, I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily go with the vectorized version like you have here, but the illustration types are fun and it changes, and I think it's working. Like at least it's something that would work. Um, yeah, like you could get some inspiration from your own stuff. Like this is a very cool presentation for like donation section if you had like teeny tiny illustration set on a banner and you use that principle right here with like donate now with the counter and whatever, could be really fun. And it's vector based and it's fun and it's nice, but you know, might not be their cup of tea. I don't know. I don't know. It depends. It depends. But it's a nice, I think it would be perceived as a nice gesture. From my point of view, at least it would be. And yeah, I do remember this thing. I do remember this a long time ago now. Um, I remember it because when they announced that you could create your own games and mini games, I was like, I need to test it out. Um, I need to check how we can do things. But yeah, that makes sense. It works. I like it. I like it. I mean, I like most of the thing that they have done. They have very good illustration types, and it's just like dithering anyways. So we like it, but yeah, it could work for Yorker. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Anywho, yeah, that's not the thing I had in mind. um, I think I think. There. There. Yep, that's what I thought. uh, do we have that? We do. We do. You've been promoted to small computer. I've been promoted to small computer. God damn it. God damn it. Stony, what is new? What is new? I'm currently on the build to do, so I don't know if you have most things in there that are done. Most of them are checked, which is pretty cool. Some of the stream element stuff is not checked. I doubt that my shit has been checked. Just for the... Yeah. Yeah. Trotsky's. Hi, what got him? How are you? How's the day going? Deployment anxiety for me or for you? God damn, this thing is so slow. Uh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That's loading. That's good. That's good. Um, we have one followed. Karim has followed, and we had a channel event at some point. That is interesting. I wish we knew. I wish we knew what these things were. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm guessing this one might be someone followed and then unfollowed. Might be. Um, or might be that person followed and that person unfollowed. Same thing. I don't know. Um, it could happen. Are you saying that like the channel event, the followed and the followed is the same event 3 times? Mm. 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 Could happen. Could happen. Um, Chat is working without the issues that I mentioned. That makes sense. Still working, still good. I have some complaints to do on these. I don't know. Good question. Next question. I see. I see. Timers, we have nothing. Can you check the quotes? Is it like just exclamation mark quote? And then number one? Hmm. Yeah. Nonsenses. Nonsenses. Um, Interesting. That's new. I'm not going to scroll down for reasons. No reasons. Uh, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. Um, there are things in there. Like that. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? um, I still haven't. I don't know. I one day maybe. What they watch it again? I mean, you're working on it. Right about the fact that Anthropic was about to once again allow us to use Fable for one more week, and they are going to do that every Sunday for the rest of their lives, just because OpenAI is releasing new models that are apparently better. Also, to answer your question from earlier, Techie, I didn't trial Soul, Luna, and Terra. Um, I don't have access to them just yet. I will have access to them in 5 days officially. 5 to 6 days next week, I think. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they'd be good. Maybe they won't be good. I don't know. I don't know yet. And also, Stoney, you said, can you DM me what those two are? What do you mean these two? These two things in the dashboard? These things? Or these things in the moderation? Uh, oh yeah, these are my address, my physical address, and other things, which I don't really mind, but it's on the internet somewhere. But just if someone post it in the chat, I just want it to not go through immediately, and be somewhat automated. It is a dox prevention. Not that, like, some people are doing full name because they don't want their full name to be on the internet, but I'm like, yeah, yeah. Um, they are split, I think. Kind of, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Um, that's good, Turkey. That's a good thing. That's a good system. Um, oh yeah, yeah, but I can't really split things. Uh, I mean, my government name is AAOA, and if you find it on Dribble, you have my full listed government names, and even I gave most people the ability to just find it by well, giving it to you right there. Like, it's right there. It's on the internet at somewhere. So yeah, you can get access to everything if you wanted to, but it's just address. Eh. Eh. I mean, as I mentioned before, and as I showcased, uh, if I go in if I go in Tokyo on Google Maps, every time that I showcase things from Japan, you can see. I God damn it, this bitch is always the same thing when I zoomed in like this. Uh, like, you can see my house in Tokyo by this thing, and it's just like you have the address, if you, or at least you have like a bit of an ID of where this thing is. But yeah, it because I'm kind of, when I'm gonna move back to Tokyo, I'm probably gonna be somewhere around here or somewhere around here. So I've been there, I've been there, and I've been here, and I have been living, I mean, there. No, there. Bye bye. Wrong tangent. There. So yeah, I mean, e. If I go on Google Maps at some point on stream, it's gonna be displayed. So I don't care. But yeah, um, yeah, I see. I mean, I get it. It's more fun. It's more fun. It's a bigger challenge. It's a bigger challenge. Anyways, uh, So yeah, on that, this is working. This is good. Is there anything specific, Stony, that you've been working on that I kind of need to take a look at before adding to my to-do list of things? Or nah, which is basically I'm gonna add something here. Ensure mm, input plus button combo are aligned. Aligning the input itself with a fucking thing. That was not close. As of in the button, uh, right now, label plus input is centered. The button or button is centered to label plus input. Same shit. It works. It works. Um, I party tomorrow. Why would I party tomorrow? Because of the French? Nah. No, I would hope we don't. I would hope we don't, because with the heat and the fucking French being so fond of fireworks, I I believe there will be a lot of fires again. Like last time, where we had the cops and a specific cast of members of Paris that were fighting with fireworks. Um, we had buildings on fire again, we had cars on fire again, and I'm like, please don't. So yeah, I mean, it is exactly what happened last time. It's crazy. And the thing is, usually I'm gonna I'm gonna speak like I'm rich. That's not the case. Uh, Usually it doesn't reach uh, our districts of rich people in the center of Paris, but it did last time, and we were not really accommodating, and they were not accommodating. We had tear gas in the air for our rich neighborhoods, so I didn't like it whatsoever. I would have preferred if they stayed in the uh, borders of Paris, but they didn't. So they went in the center, and I don't like it. Yeah, it's just it's not a thing that happens most of the times in the center of Paris. Exactly. I mean, my street specifically is not necessarily like the center. Just behind me, that happens all the time. But like this street, not necessarily. So, yeah. Um, Maybe a second tower would help. Yes. Do you use any analytics to see how your UX behave in production? Nope. Nope. I should. I should, but because I don't want to track anything about the app and the users, it's better for me to just be as track free as possible. And yeah, but I should. I'm not gonna lie. I should 100% just get something like Boss Hog, some things like yeah, another like full story and so on to help me understand more of the users. It's just like it's not good. Cybersec, welcome on in. Congrats on the 50 streams. But yeah, I wish I was. Not gonna lie there. I wish I was. Um, damn. Yeah, there was. Uh, if I'm not mistaken, Posthog is self-hostable. So if you want to, you could create a self-hosted version that would, yeah, that would just allow it um, to just be free. So yeah, actually you can 100% implement Posthog and then self-host it, and it would be good, and it would have everything in there. So yeah, um, that's good. It's a good thing. That's a good thing. The fact that we don't have the information there is interesting as well. 553 currency own or earn is because we have activated that last time, which is good. And so far, this is pretty neat. That makes sense. I can ban people from there. That's scary. Oh my god. We need to change that. Destructive buttons, background should be red instead of that. I guess white opacity. I guess that makes sense. I'm still so used to do that. Makes no sense. Bitch. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I, I would implement Boss Hog for sure. As I mentioned before, I have so little users that I would probably remain on the free tier forever unless something happens and it blows up and so on. Mm, mm. You know what? I'm gonna do that in a way that is easy. I'm gonna be lazy. It's gonna be fine. Webhook is fine. Federation is fine. Custom is fine. Supporter is fine. We don't have anything there, but these seems to be new. This is new stuff for me. And setup is still a double click, which I don't like. I don't like that. That's interesting. That's an interesting system. I don't think this is good, but uh, it's fine. At least just one per users. So that's good. Good system. Configuration is a good system. Uh, I should not have done that. I should have done that instead. See? No need to stash. No need to stash at this point. Because it's just this. Um, yeah, I don't know. Damn. Sorry, I saw something. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Uh, I don't know. Everything is pretty clean. Most of the thing that I'm seeing here is that we are still missing a ton of features based on what you have defined that kind of needs to be going through before I can go into a lot more design details. Most of these things are fine. Most of the things that are in there are just I need to go through the feature in question and the design details in question for that sub feature that I have in my head. So the chat and styling section, for example, is I, as myself, I'm used to see the ability to get um, the time with seconds or the uh, the font being bigger or the layout being different and so on. And this is the type of thing that I would love to see in the bot itself because it is useful to be able to do so. But I have a feeling that in order to do that and to tackle the chat visuals, I would need to wait for the multi-platform to be in place so that I could see um, a chat from YouTube plus a chat from Twitch at the same time and see if they have like different rendering. If that's not the case, how can I ensure that the thing is working together and working well together? That is the plan and the IDs that I want to have in there. But yeah, other than that, it's fine. It's fine. Um, and then you change the tags there. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. The friendliness of everything is just like not as friendly. And it's not much, but that would help for sure. Details, we'll see. I do feel like there are some things that would make sense in there, but yeah. Um, I wish I had Codex as a subscription. I don't, so I don't think it would work. Yeah, but also, Stoney, that's why I'm saying I should wait for the backend to be done. Um, Kinda, but yeah. I think in the I don't have access to it. In Cursor, I'm probably also having some sort of a because it just landed, it's available at 50% discount. Like that's the usual thing that they do. And then they go on into something else. But yeah. And actually, yes, 100%. You should just use the free version of the thing as long as you can, and then later on, when it starts to get paid, move on to something different. Self-hosted is possible. Like as I mentioned, the the reason why I'm using Clerk as my authentication system is because in their pricing, in the thing that is available, is that I'm getting 50,000 users in the monthly recurring user. So someone that comes in and then comes back in 20 in a period of a month is counted in there. But if they come in and then never come back, they don't count. They are still logged in, if I'm not mistaken, and they still have an account and shit, but they are not counted as a monthly recurring user. And as I showcased many times, I'm kind of far from there. Like, for me to start paying for clerk, which is extremely expensive, by the way, like, uh, because basically anything that is above the 50K is like 2 cents per user. So if you get like a lot more users at one point, it kind of starts to be expensive. Nonetheless, I would need to like 500x to reach the 50K, kinda. A bit less than 500, but like 480x. This is not gonna happen tomorrow. I mean, maybe, but even then, I don't think so. So, you know, with that in mind, I feel like Clerk, Posthog, all of these things that are very expensive and can be very expensive, are very expensive for someone that just started. But in reality, when it starts to be paid, it's not that expensive anymore. The the thing that I have with Convex, for example, and their pricing system that they have, I'm currently on the starter plan, which is I'm using it or I'm paying based on the usage. Um, and I paid $16 once because there was, I guess, a crawling happening. But that's it. Like that's just one thing once, and then I haven't paid a month since then. So I'm still in the free tier officially, and in the pay-as-you-go system. So I'm probably gonna stay in there for a long time until I reach the pro tier where I need to upgrade. But yeah, like it's not gonna happen anytime soon. So I would highly recommend you go with the free tier of every platform that exists, and then when the thing starts to be like about to become paid or close to it, you can just think about the infrastructure change that you need to do, and it would be good. You can also think of it as um, you will know that you will have to self-host the thing, and therefore you can start with self-hosting, but it might be more expensive right now to self-host the thing until you reach that threshold. So again, 450x the amount of users that I currently have, based on the fact that this is something that took me 130 users in 6 months. Um, I mean, 460 times 6 is a long time. It's a lot of years. It's yeah, it's a lot of years. And if I were to self-host Clerk or Clerk adjacent thing, I would have to pay so much more money in the amount of years that it would take me to reach the paid tier of Clerk. So yeah, I don't I don't think it makes any sense to not use their free tier and host things until you really have to. And probably, as Teki just mentioned, with a bill at 4K a month, like out of nowhere because like you've reached the limit and so on, you pay 1 month's 4K because you've been having 80,000 monthly active users. And therefore, in these 80,000, there is probably like enough money to pay 4K out of nowhere because 4K is nothing anymore. So that's the dilemma that you can have that I think works, or at least makes sense to me. Nonetheless, um, yeah, design-wise makes sense. Let me check. webhook federation, custom support, and in the settings, we don't really have other things. Does Stony, does the YouTube connect? Ah, for fuck's sake. It's a connection with the client ID and the secret. Ah, I don't like this. I don't like this. I get it. You did that now because it's the easiest thing to do at the time. From a user point of view, you want to click a button and be done with it. How can that happen? Like the same way that you click the button for Twitch and then you're done with it. Same thing that I've done for Discord. I clicked on connect and then I was done. What? Yeah. Anyway, this is a side note. Since I can't really do shit on this, I'm gonna attempt something and we'll see if that works or if that makes sense. For a second, I'm gonna populate your own file. And we're gonna go in the mess for this. Even though we have a dedicated files, have a good meal prep. I had an ID. I had an ID, Stony, and you're probably gonna not necessarily like it, but you know, why not? So we have the N name right there. I feel like black is gonna make sense. And let me cap it, center it. Not necessarily good, but fine enough. It's 1616. That's not bad. Oh. All right. Do we want a purple app again? I feel like it would be better if it wasn't a purple app. I feel like it would be better if it wasn't green. It would need themes anyways, but for the base thing, blue might make the most sense. Just because. And a 200, 150 is pretty, it's pretty HSL format. Anyways, I want the nums to happen here. And in order to get these nums in, with teeth mark, we could make that a tad bit bigger. We still need to be recognizable as an N. I mean, that works, but it's also like not necessarily the position that we are expecting it to be at. This is what I had in my head earlier as the logo-ish kind of first draft thingy because it's nom, so you ate something and therefore you got a chomps from the corner, from at least one corner. And this one is probably like the closest to you if you took it up as a cookie. This one is just if you're holding it with your left hand and you're biting the top right corner as a reaction. So that's a more natural potential thing. I don't I don't think any of the other two corners makes any sense. I'm not even gonna attempt them. Um, I like both, to be honest. I like this one better because it's what I had in my head. This one is fine. Um, it's also very much 45 degrees. So it could be something like this instead. Be like flatter. So we still have the end. Maybe. Maybe. And then this, I don't know if I can do that. Um, that could work. That could work. What? Fourth attempt. Yeah. I'm doing a very Twitter 2012 logo type right now. Don't worry about it. I don't know if it makes sense, to be honest. I feel like it does. It's something that is fine, but eh, I don't think that would work in glass. Could do that. That's an option. That's an option. I think, yeah. I, as I mentioned, I was thinking about not. I was thinking about purple, but I was like, maybe purple is too much and too Twitch related. So I want something that is not one of the color of the streaming platforms. So YouTube is red, Twitch is purple, Kick is green, TikTok is red-ish. There is some blue in there, but there is like not really a blue platform. Twitter is blue, and right now I'm doing the Twitter blue effect from a long time ago. But it's not like the thing that you think about directly as, oh, this is a streaming platform thing. So that's one of the reasons why I'm going for blue. Um, Green would have been okay if it wasn't acid green, but it kind of needs to be because it's a tech product. And right now, what I'm thinking about is instead of having this as a coaster with a chomp on it, get the coaster right, but the N form to be chopped, and therefore going for very, very strong uh, font that is like so much different, if possible. I don't know if we have. I like that. Um, Red and black? Nah. I could go orange and black so that we have a bit of a Pornhub stuff type of vibe, which I think is always fun. But, you know, not necessarily gonna work. Most of the font that I have are gonna be like not fat enough. This one might be the only one that is like fat enough-ish. Let me. Ooh, that's interesting. Mm. It could work. It could work here. The top section is not gonna work, that's for sure. Like I can tell. I can tell. This is gonna be too small of a bite. Could put it on the side. Right there, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It feels this one, I mean, not this one. These feels more cloud than bites. And yeah, let's try something different. Mm. We can't go with these, that's for sure. Um, this looks like something different. Dude, I work on it. How are you? The blog, thanks for the suggestion. I think the proximity version really helps. If you have the link, I would love to take a look at it again if you have the time. I don't remember the links. Oh yeah, I see. It's a font issue. Thank you. That's the type of font that I had in mind in the first place, but I don't think it's gonna work because it's too tight, too tall. Um, but I'm gonna check that out. Check that out. um, Font hierarchy is good. With the opacity in the background, this is pretty good. The thing that I would not do is the center line here. This is a very bad thing in writing that just doesn't really help. In that specific department, I would do something along the line of getting a break. I don't know if I can do that here. Um, get a break right there, and that not being in here, or at least not directly. Could the break is not going to go through? God damn it. It's an H1. Um, Nonetheless, the text center class is not good, or at least not good enough. So left align is going to be better um, in order to make sense. Um, like part one dash is fine. It's just like readability wise, we don't have titles that are so close to the paragraph to be center aligned. We tend to have them left aligned for readability's sake. And then here, if you have part one first and then breaking with are you splitting stories break or just splitting task, this is a good overall system. You are currently writing it in American title, which is fine, but it's just like good to be aware of, which means you have capital, 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 capital on every single words except the connecting words of all. And you need to make a choice of either following this method of capitalize every single word or just the first one. I would go with just the first one because not American, but if you are fine with this, I would go with this. It's the same thing. Um, I'm guessing this was supposed to be center as well. No. So you see, this one is like, um, yeah. I mean, it depends on you. It depends on you and what you want to do. It's just like get a system and keep with it. But yeah, image is good. This is broken. Yeah. Ah. Um, I feel like you should get your images to be filling the width. The way that I have them in place, for example, like when I have an image in the paragraphs and the articles that I have, I make them wider than the columns. So the column is right here, but my image is roughly like 50% wider overall, so that it just stands out and it gives the user a bit of a break. On mobile, it's just like the same width because you don't really have a choice, but on the web, you have like more width. For you, I don't know if you have, um, like, it's not a rule. It's just like I have a preference for breaking the pattern with the image rather than putting the image as decorative, informative things. Um, yeah. Sonny, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not connected as you, so that's good. I would probably have image then title here, but I would also have more space around things. So like for example, here you have your H1 with a margin top of 2 rams. I would probably get that at like 8, um, if not more, just for breathing room and so on. And then the image that is right here, which you have already, I feel like your height and width should not be in the image tags right there. So I would remove that and that as well, so that you get them at least doing this, even though it's big. I feel like this makes more sense. Um, but you may have to reorganize the image that you have there to make them make more sense. God damn, you're just lending today. God damn. At 69 on top of everything. Holy shit. I'm not making it. I'm not making it. That's what it is. I'm not lending. See? I'm not lending. Cool. Not rigged. So something like this for the image makes more sense for me. I would potentially have like a bit of a wider image and a less tall image as an option, but at least getting my images to be like full width in the columns makes a lot more sense. Same thing for these things, which I'm guessing are supposed to be code snippets slash question things overall. Are you gonna land? Just past. God damn. You did land though, but just past the limit. So sad. So sad. Um, that works. That works. Um, but you're getting like that split right here. This is a very me thing. So, as always, you know, it's fine. But when you look at that case study right there, I want you as the reader, the viewer, to focus on one thing at once. Obviously, with the landing pad and so on in front of it, it's not going to be the best. But um, you see how much space there is around the top. Like it's almost as if this depends on the articles that you are reading at the moment, but it's almost as if I had like 50% of the top that is just there for decoration and so on. And then the 50% underneath past the midpoint is for the content. That's the first thing. And then my distance here is roughly 8 rams-ish. Not really, but kind of. Same here. So I have like a bit more there because the scroll is taking into account. But then I have my paragraph. And as you can see, top and bottom has roughly the same amount of space. And you can focus on that paragraph. And then you keep scrolling. I break your scroll with an image that is full scroll page things. And then I go to the next one and I have a paragraph. And then the next one, and on this one, you can see like a bit of the text above, a bit of the text underneath. But it's most of the time ensuring that one paragraph, one of the things that I want you to focus on is going to be within the scroll view and nothing else. That is not working. Is it quote add in one without a space? That might be a thing. Sometimes it happens. As in the quote add is the command. So yeah, like at some points there are things like this where I'm getting less space because I just want people to look at the images. But for most of the paragraphs, I'm gonna have big ass space in between things. So that distance is much greater than this. Like ensuring readability is here. Other than that, I think your title there might benefit from getting yeah, sorry, that was massive. Probably 3 rams. Line height being auto would help. Making it center to me doesn't make any sense, but that's like just me. Like if I start here, if I start here and I have like big title, paragraph, and then a bit of a hint of something, even if it's here, right? It's kind of fine. Then these ones are currently in H1, and I think they should be in H2 because they are like sub paragraphs. Um, it could work, it could help. What? If you get your H2 like this, could be fine. Bahimo, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It has been a while indeed. Um, everything is going pretty fine. Yet, yeah, we haven't seen you in like, I don't know, years. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Maybe yes. Yeah. God damn. 2024. Holy shit. It is. It is a long time. Holy. Um, Not even top here. Let's put 10 rems. Sorry. Let's not. Let's not. 10. Let's do 8. 8.5 is gonna be fine. Um, Font is good. I guess. I guess. Font size here, let's do 2.5. Line height is 2 is good. Font weight, 800. Maybe not. Maybe 7. It's gonna be good. You know what? 6 is fine. 6 is fine. 6 is fine. Shit like this. Right away, this is too fat for what it is. But when you're arriving here and you have, okay, I see the paragraph, I will scroll by default. That's like human behavior on screen and on touch screen and so on. Then you get the next titles. I feel like the separation is good enough. You may end up with too much text on this, and you might need to get like a bigger font by like nothing, but it might be a thing. That is. How do you coin flip 20? Shouldn't you coin flip tail 20? Like coin flip head 20, and if it lands on head, you get the thing? You know, I know, but like, what do you bet it on? Like, maybe I want to bet on tail and not heads. I don't know. Currently developing 22 games. Games? Simultaneously, including writing a novel. Well, that's a lot. That is a lot. Um, if you have things that you want to share, I would love to. Just 2. Okay, cool. It's still a lot, but goddamn. If you have things to share, I would love to take a look at it. Um, goddamn. Okay. I think it's rigged. I think you're just winning. I mean, you know what? Well, I lost. Stoney, I think you rigged it for you. That is not good. I don't mind, but goddamn. Um, yeah, I mean, 2024 is roughly past that, but yeah. Uh, Stoney, can you stop? I think opacity is fine. Um, I think the overall system is good. You lost 500. God damn. God damn. What a crazy thing. My balance is 32. Uh, uh. um, but yeah, you can see how much uninviting that is. Um, like again, I don't know. It really depends on the person. For me, as someone that doesn't read shit, this is too much text. Like this is such a block of text that I will be like, I'm not reading that. There is like no way I'm reading that. If I arrive on this and I'm like, cool, I can clearly scan titles, like that's my title, and then title, do I care about the problem and constraints? Not really. Let me move on to the next section. There was something about the exploration. I'm kind of interested in this, so I'm gonna read that quickly. Then going to these things potentially, it's like that's the thing that would probably happen for me. Here, my probability of reading shit is very low. Mainly because of the spacing of things and how everything is organized. I feel like even here, you can see how much space I have in between two sub paragraphs within a section. Like one of my section here, that sub is probably double what you currently have. So right there, that space that I have here is roughly the same of what I would have right there and right there. So that's basically the breathing room that you want to have around it. And then you might want, I don't know, um, like font wise, font size, it's kind of similar, I think. Um, I feel like that's tu- 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 tu. My font size is 1.06. It's like 17-ish, which I feel like could be not. Like we could be here at 1.25, but you're probably at 1. Um, yeah, you're at 1 rem, which is fine, by the way. But like I'm at 0.06, which is like 17, 18. And if I wanted to do 18, it's a bit fat. 1.1 would could be okay. Um, for just making it a tad bigger. But yeah, like other than that, that's fine. Images being wider makes more sense to me. Again, you are generating your images, so therefore you are kind of stuck with a square aspect ratio, and that's, I guess, one of the reasons why you're doing this like this. I would probably cut it with just the top section and not necessarily the maps underneath, but just have that thing could work. But then again, it's just like images and shit. So that's a different system. Um, in there, you have the same thing as earlier. I don't think you have uh, moved anything away from difference. So yeah. Other than that, it's fine. Other than that, it's fine. I feel like that needs to be fixed. Like you need wrapping because you can't have things that just go down. Um, but yeah. Um, Other than that, yeah. The fact that title is clickable is good. As I mentioned, the card should be clickable. Like, obviously, I'm going to use my own website as an example. But like if right here, just the title was clickable, it's just 4 letters. But right now, anything that is in that card itself is clickable. So if I'm like in between the text and the paragraph, it's gonna go to the article itself. If I'm like in between two things, or if I'm on the text, the whole card is clickable. Which again, going back to earlier, now that it's late, close to 5, we have the orange things for the sunset colors, which I think is better on light mode. Cool nonetheless. Uh, if you do the whole card, yes, you can get rid of the read button, or it could be not a button. It could just be like read more as text, and it's fine. So for me here, design wise, I would probably get let's say let's get the button here. In my button class, I would probably remove the. Do we have this here? It's gonna be there, right? Yeah. The padding left, I would remove that. Padding right as well. I don't think there is any need for vertical padding, but it's fine. We don't care about this. If I just remove the color and you say read it, like that's cleaner overall. But therefore I have my whole card is clickable. If users were to click on that, it would work as well, because the whole card is clickable. But therefore it's not like a distracting thing that takes over everything. The other thing that I would potentially do is put the badge next to the button. I don't know if I can do that here. I feel like that span, can I cut it out? I can't. That's so sad. Can do that. I wish I could add a div, um, which apparently I can. God damn it. Can't do that. Let me just go in Figma because it's gonna be easier for me to just show you what I have in mind. If we get this, this, yes. If we get that agile methodology, whatever, on the side of it, and even if you keep the buttons, right, like that, hello, and then you get no badge there, already it's easier to kind of understand. I know that you have tags that are like wider than this, that would take maybe up to here, right? But still, like it's a fine enough thing that you'd be fine with putting it right there with no issues. The thing that I would do here is just do that. There. I visually align them properly. So yeah, something like this would help, at least for me. And then your parts, I don't know if that makes any sense. It might just make sense. It's just like I don't know what it means, and therefore it's fine by me, but like not necessarily the easiest things to grasp. So I potentially could see the part three, part two, part whatever to be like removed from the titles that you currently have and just get uh that. Not exactly. Um, I'm also doing it like the worst way possible, to be honest. Um, I don't know. It depends on the titles, right? Um, if it's a if it's part of a series, which is the case, right? It's the third part of the series in question. I would probably align them on the page as part one, part two, part three. And if you have like six parts in this order, but that way I'm not like expecting um like I'm reading them in the order in which I'm supposed to read them. Because right now, if I see part three as the first thing, I'm gonna go hunt for part one. Obviously, it's right there, so that's fine. But if it was just not posted as a three-part thing on the same day, which is probably the case, then I would probably see part three here, potentially part two there, and then maybe part one here on the page three, which just doesn't make any sense to me. So ensuring that you have all of the parts of your things in one position in a way that is easier for the user to achieve and read, I feel like that makes more sense. But you know, other than that, this is your biggest sub badge, I think. These two, like this one is the biggest, and you have enough space to get like next to the read, that's for sure. Um, and you could have like the system of parts displayed in another way. So maybe you get your part three right there with this. You know, that you could have your part three there. You could um have this. That's gonna be bad. You could have uh this instead. Not necessarily the most practical of the options. Let's do that. And then my usual transition. You know, but you can do whatever the fuck you want and get a card specifically because it is your own website. So you do whatever, and you can make the design look as yours as you want it to be, and it's always going to be fine. Like maybe that's the day. That's kind of strong for me. It's not much of a difference, but yeah, like this could work. I don't know if the three being that big makes any sense for you specifically. Like for me, it makes sense. Something if you didn't want to have this that big, you could simply have um part three of three, for example. That's a very common behavior. You get that in light, you put that um in small, maybe 12, 14 right there. Let me just make that like medium-ish, and then 80% or 60% opacity so that it's there, but it's not the most important thing. Um, Again, you have that additional kind of blue color that is potentially useful for you to get like a, I don't know, an effect maybe of like that article is from a series or something. And on hover, you have like a 16% opacity on something. Like again, you can do like so much to get these cards to be more interesting to look at and or more aligned with the rest of the website for what is going to be displayed. I do like the fact, not gonna lie there, I do like the fact that your part three dash and then the title gives you right now for that title specifically two lines that are roughly the same size and in width. So you end up with something that is blocky at the top, and that's good. And if you did this without having the part 3 of 3 underneath, and you just did like the part 3 dash space, and then I'm guessing I was probably like 25 or 24, then that's a good enough system, even if we remove that, just by having not a big ass button that is blue that attracts your eyes, but just to read it now and then you can click on it, or the agile tag right there. I feel like this is fine. If I even did something else like center point being here would be an interesting system as well for like glowing from the center. Um, but yeah, like that's the type of thing that I would change with these changes that I mentioned um on the article. That would be pretty useful. But go back to work. That's useful for you. I'm the only one that can be not working, and it's fine. But yeah, like that's a potential teeny tiny change that I would probably do to get like a better layout. Other than that, it's fine. It's fine. Images, layout, and things would help. Would help. But yeah, go back to work. Go back to work. It's important. Um, I need a fat ass font. Like that's basically what I need on this. And I know I have some that are really fat. I know I have installed some Candy font at some point that have like some interesting system. And then lastly, I have a feeling um, that in the past few years, I've been doing a lot of fonts or a lot of logos and app icons that are incorporating some sort of a letter or the logo name or the company name in it. And it might not be necessary, and it might even be better to not do that and have something that is just a shape, something that is unrelated or related, but as a simple element that could be recognized instead of anything else. So for example, here, if we went with uh I don't know, let's do that because that's gonna obviously make sense if it's a cookie type of situation. And we put that right about here. Like maybe that's the logo in question that you want to have. I mean, and it's enough of a recognizable element that people are like, yeah, I get it. I understand why this is like this. And that's enough. And I feel like this is pretty cute already. Maybe it could work. Um, yeah, it is a cookie. It's a noms. It's the noms. So obviously, when you have the noms, you eat the thing. Like that makes sense. I want this to be like so. I want this to be like so. So inverted, 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 position, top. Nah, I don't know. I like it. I like it. Um, it works for the 5 icon. It works for loader. If you have like if you bite things for the loader, then you have crumbs coming out and they just come back in. That's an option. Um, yeah. Um, it might be too simple, and then that's kind of bad. That spike was too spiky. Um, yeah, I can see that happen. Yeah, it could work. Could work. 1 second though. I need a B. I also think I reached the Twitter bloom without paying attention to it. Like it looks very close to the previous thing, and therefore I see stuff in there that is not supposed to be seen. Um, but it's fine. I need to go Might need to go night mode instead. More indigo blue. Could? Could be more interesting. What do you mean GDPR? This is the European Union blue? That's kind of true. Um, to be honest, I had to write the GDPR for my previous company, so I kind of know. Man, Brave, come on in. Most of the time nowadays, I'm pasting. Not gonna lie, Ruru, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? I'm pasting the GDPR and the contracts and things into Claude, ChatGPT, whatever, to get like a an assessment of am I missing something? Like, am I not? Um, like, yeah, am I getting fucked or not? So I do this, and yes, it if it looks like a cookie, then we're good. It's not the plan, but it works. I kind of like that blue. I kind of like that blue as well. Um, Compared to this one. I feel like it could work. Mm-hmm. That's a bad move. My bad. Eh. Um, you added a cooldown. Oh my god, what a concept. Yeah, it could work with the glass. I feel like that's an easy fix type of thing. Um, yeah. Uh, I kind of need kind of. Mm, I wish I could just do that, which I can. That's not the button. Which um, add some noise on this with no, never, never. Density of I guess 40%, 20% is gonna be okay. Opacity is gonna be fine. Numbers gonna be fine. Let's add that here. Put that as fill. Maybe. And probably put that 32. And then tile it up at 25%. 40%? 40%. It give us a bit of a texture. It's a bit too big. Half of that could be okay. Again, this is never visible. It just create a bit of a thing where the pixels are vibrating a bit, and we end up with something that is a bit cleaner, with a bit of a texture, which we like. Right now, my pixels are full 1/4, so pixelated when they appear, which is pretty good. This is a rounded square right now. I have no squircling thing. If you want me to squircle it, I can, but I don't think this makes sense. Squircling it in any way, shape, form, and it would be easier for everyone to just not be squircled, so that if you're on an Apple device, it's going to be squircled by default by the system. If you're not, you're going to be like clean and available. Technically, the output is going to be a rectangle, so we don't really care about the squiggle, but yeah. For me right now, it's easier to have like a bit of an idea of how things are going to look. I could do that. What happened? What happened? Maybe an overlay with a lot of opacity. Blend in as a blue thing. That could work. That could work. What did it do this time? That's the question. Oh my god. I created a super advanced video player library with the ability to just completely take over from within a plugin, forgets everything about it the moment we need to actually use those features. Guys, that sounds like the regular thing. Yeah. This is normal. This is normal. I get it. I get it. Damn. Mm-hmm. Just Crash, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How are you? How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? How's everything? Um, that effect is great. I like this. I like this. I think in order to get the effect to be kind of working with, I need a 45 there. I also feel like this is not necessarily good. I mean, I matching the angle is not necessarily a good idea. I like the gradient. I like the gradient. Um, it's not the weekend. Was it the weekend? Fine. uh, this is interesting. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I think the plus lighter effect is affecting a lot more thing than I was expecting it to affect, which is fine. But that's a nice output. That's a nice output, I guess. Take your time. Uh, that gradient though is interesting. With the plus slider, we end up with such a nice transition of somehow. I like that. Um, You're the second person to mention them. Um, no one's seen the first one because no one's there. I mean, no one's paying attention on some specific scenes. There is like two others that a lot of people have not seen, and yeah, they are hidden all around, all around. Um, yeah, it's not on this scene. It's on something else. So you can't see it right now. Ah, ah. Let me see if that works. God damn it. Shit. Nah. Eh, it's good. It's good. I am working on the app icon slash logo and experimenting with things, and it's not going as good as I want it to go, which is fine. But just yeah, it should be it should be better. I don't know. This feels forced, and yeah, I don't I don't like this. Yeah, it's useful. It pisses me off most of the time. And some people have been asking for it to be in the top section. I usually put it here, but because there is like other things happening in that corner most of the times, it's just like doesn't really work. So a lot of people are just like wanting it here. It's just covering some of the content, um, and therefore, yeah, sometimes not the best placement, but it's really useful. Design wise, you have a ton of options, and we like it. We like it. Um, it's a nice system. If you are interested in that, I don't know if I have. I do right there. I have the button. No, it's not for Linux. It's a macOS only app, and it's nice. uh, it gives you like a ton of options. The free version is basically the same thing, but instead of having a clear thing, you have a big ass pink demo text underneath on everything, and I feel like this is great. This is the greatest option. So yeah, we do like it nonetheless. It's useful for most people when you don't know exactly how things are supposed to behave and what you're supposed to see, or what I'm doing on stream, for example, like what are the keystrokes I'm hitting. I think it's a pretty useful system. I do like it. I do like it. That I guess that might be the oh, sorry. That might be the issue then. Maybe. Yeah. It's gonna highlight the border a bit. Uh I don't know, what game do you have? That's the that's the most important question, because you can only play the games that you have. The only game that I officially have is Borderland, I think. I think I bought Cyberpunk at some point, and then I never played it. Mm-hmm. Ah, I don't like it. um, I'm not a biggest knowledgeable person on Roblox. I have never seen the game interface even. Like I don't even know what it looks like and what you can do in there. So I can't really vouch for that. But mm, yeah, that's weird. It's a weird system. Um, and I don't really like Minecraft, so that's a different system. I don't know. At the end of the day, it's your gaming session, so you should check your gaming session. Is this one just not clipping? Yeah, because of that. That's the reason. Oh my god. Important point right there. You know? The reason why the corner radius is not working here is because we have a point on that. And so that vector node is breaking the radius ability of this. And so by having to rotate it a bit to move that point somewhere outside of the view, we end up with a more natural radius that matches the previous one. This is pain. This is not what Figma is supposed to do. Like, if I have merged shapes together, the vector nodes should not be taken into consideration whatsoever. This is not linked to them. It shouldn't be linked to them. And yeah, it's just it's bad. That is bad. I feel like that maybe is an issue right there. Like we would like to have like a third one for the teeth. Nums. Numsbot, which is the name of this thing, is the No Mercy bot. And nums, when you have the nums or the nom noms, is that you are chomping and munching on things. Therefore, chops. Someone took a chop, bit of a chomps out of the logo in the
Temin is
first
now
place.
following.
So that's the ID. Temin, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for that. Welcome on in. If you want to stay hidden, please do so. But if you want to chat, please come in. So yeah, that might be the thing. So it's just teeth. Have a good rest of your day. Um, it's just teeth. Right now, the thing that I'm doing right here, which is really bad, is it looks more like a cloud on top of the moon instead of anything else. And here, it's look like a chop. Like you look like it looks like a cookie. The idea here was that you chomped the cookie itself, but also the app icon. Like you went through the thing. And because it's black and it's like a gradient and shit, it doesn't really work. I feel like if we made it like pure black or something, it could work. If it was like pure black on dark mode and pure white on light mode, potentially that could be a thing that goes through and can be understood, like this, for example, but it just doesn't. It the ID, the concept doesn't work. Not not there. So Eh, this is not gonna stay on the camera. I'm gonna delete it in in a second. Uh, because yeah, it's no good. It's no good. But that nonetheless is pretty good. Uh, yeah, yeah, but that's good though. That's good. This is the, I think this is the safe option. Um, in vector form, like that makes sense. I'm still debating uh the shape. I'm still debating the shape. I like the concept with the N because you have like reference, you understand letters, you're good, it makes sense. But yeah, it is 99% opacity, basically, right there. 95, I think, or 90, that's what I did. So it bleeds through, but not much. Um, there's no cloud. There is no cloud. That's the thing. It does look like the moon, and this one might be a less moony thing, maybe. Um, again, um, it might just be the background color that also doesn't help. If I went with acid, for example, we could have a much different vibe here. That's an interesting point. I didn't notice that earlier. Um, um, I mean, I like that, obviously. Obviously. Because it's Phoenix. Hi, well, morning. How are you? Welcome back. Yeah, I like the apple bite on the logo. That's a good thing. This this is interesting. Um, this is interesting. I feel like the obviously the colors there are supposed to be like the opposite, so we kind of need to be black on this to get the transition and to get like not plus lighter but like a plus darker to go through to get the same effect as earlier. The drop shadow here is going to need to have um, probably a different value. I'm thinking here maybe it could be good to be in bright colors instead. Let me check that. I like that color, but that's a me thing. I like these colors. I mean, I'm gonna use Mima as an example because it makes sense for this. In the style guide, in the colors that we had like that yellow and green that were okay, but not as good. And so in the outputs, we decided to go with that combination of like very much cyber yellow and acid green. And that combo is really cool. It stands out so much compared to 99% of the other apps that comes out, which I think is one of the reasons why I like it so much. And it's not used too much, but it's like, oh, we want something that just we have a stamp somewhere that is going to be remembered because it's flashes in front of you. So we have that bright ass bitch right there, which makes sense. But most of the app itself doesn't have anything that is just like as bright. Um, but we do like these colors, and it's it's a nice concept. That gradient is cool. The fact that it has like the noise and the patterns in the background is also something that could be used for us here. Um, Potentially, Mm. I don't know. It could. Uh, it has some interesting texture to it, but it's not there yet. We're also losing the noise because of the overlay, so that's like something I can remove. I can re-add this to get like the transition in the background to be a bit more transitioning. Um, which is good. Which is good. I like the splatter. I feel like it would stand out. It's very yellow at the moment, specifically on that display. The bottom right corner is very blue, and the top is very yellow, like not what I'm seeing in front of me. And the Android phone is not the same. So that display is fucked, I know, but still important important to take a look at it and mention that as a fact. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Uh, if we were to go with something that is absolutely different than this and like experiment with, do I have them saved there? No, I probably saved them here. I did. Um, like going with one of these as an inspiration again. Like that kind of chomp could be interesting if we use that point as a vector element instead of the dot itself and then get the chomp out of it. With that background, it could create something interesting uh, as an effect. So, you know, experimenting as always. Got them. And then in order to get this to kind of match on this, we want to have an effect on this that would be a texture and I guess and that texture is gonna be smaller. It's not going through. That's interesting. You're telling me that the texture is not visible. That's interesting. This is how it's supposed to be cropped. And now it's not. I see. So the texture there is not going to work. Good to know. If I add it here, then we good. Eh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I like that though. I like the glow within. Um, it's a nice render, and the color are nice. It's just too kick, and that's the issue. The kick color are basically that green, almost a less bright thing, and therefore is going to be affiliated like. So that's the reason why I went with blue in the first place. And achieving a bright blue like this is almost not feasible unless we go with a blue green, like one of these. But that's an interesting thing. It's not good, but it's interesting. Dang. There was a speck of dust on my monitor, on my screen, that I thought was distracting. Not what we wanted to see. Uh, it, the most expressive thing I could say. I don't know. It's interesting. It's just not good. Um, this is too representative. I can't do that. Forget about it. Uh, it does look like a cloud on top of a moon, and that pissed me off. And one way to not have this is to change the color to not blue, like a brown, for example. Like a leather, tan brown, cookie brown could 100% just change the thing and be recognized, but it's just too specific. Yeah, that's the thing. If you make it cookie-like, it's just gonna be cookies. Whereas chomps and nums is for everything. Um, like when you get the nums, you will eat whatever the fuck is in front of you, and it could be cookies. Usually, it's sweets and junk food. So it could be a burger, could be a cookie. It could be a thing where the app icon is a variations of food like, and it's just loaded randomly every day, or every reload is going to be something different. So you end up with like a cookie, a pizza, a burger, whatever. This could be fun, but goddamn, I don't think. If I remove that and I make the background be more brown, um, so more in the realm of here. And then this. No. Oh my god. The only field it doesn't go to. The size is pretty good. You would make it bigger or smaller? If the answer is yes. Mm-mm. Yeah. That's what came in mind almost instantly, and specifically the initial one. Mm. Mm. I just hate working with brown. That is so racist. I just, it's just not a color that makes sense and that is easy to just, well, work with. That's the that's the issue. It's just like it's so hard to figure out exactly how to get your brown to your brown to work. Uh, this last 15-second out of context. Career enders. Perfect. uh, yeah. You mean adjusting the size of the byte and not just the size of things. Yeah. I mean, they are pretty close. I guess the only one that is not as close as this one and would be somewhere around here to get like a teeth mark. In reality, when you're biting in things, you're biting here. Like that's usually what it is. Uh, but I don't think that makes sense. Also, making it like very much center is not a good move. So putting it on the side is a good option. Um, I don't think you're gonna land this one today. That was your last landing, all right? Last landing of the day. Um, I don't know. It feels wrong. It feels wrong. Um, also, I I said it was a risky topic. I said it was a risky topic. I risky sentences. Um, it yeah, with that orange, it's just for having the effect. It reminds me more of Groove Shark, which is so good. Yeah, that orange. Um, yeah, that's kind of the vibe that we used to have here. Very Sony Ericsson shaped. Look at that. I turned Italian. Cutie, welcome in. How are you? How was your weekend? If you had a weekend. I don't mind this. I do, but I don't mind this. I feel like this fine. And specifically if we do this and we then place it as an overlay or a plus darker situation, with a bit of transparency here and there. We get a bit of a tan here, which is okay. So let me just get that here and then plus darker on this directly. Could be interesting. Let's get myself a drop shadow, which would be an inner shadow instead. Dropped in. Cat, well, come on in. Did I not? Did we not? Alerts? No alerts. Oh my god. Welcome on in, Cat. Thanks a lot for the resub. 47 months. God damn. God damn. Appreciate it. Welcome back. How's outside? How's outside? It's you've been outside more than me. So how's the outside? That's the question. Yeah, could work. Could work. Could work. You touch grass? Damn. Damn. That's crazy. Who would do that? Who would do that? I haven't. No, I have. You know what? Let me think. I haven't touched grass in a long time. Not gonna lie. I've been outside, but there was no grass. Um, you've been in parks though, which is close to grass. This is just for the bag. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, them teeth there. I feel like making it here, bit of a center thing, is okay. Putting it where it was a second ago is pretty good. I like this as a concept. It's a bit of a tan leather thing. But yeah, you were cycling. Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting. I know, but you're still outside posting stories. That's that's the thing. Well, it's interesting. It's not great, but it's interesting. It works. It does the job. There is something in there that is neat. Is it good? No. Do I care? No. Am I still gonna do that this way? Maybe. Maybe. This is maybe this works. I'm not gonna. That's not gonna work. Eh. Yeah. Yes, it can. Yes, 100%. Of course. No. No, it doesn't. This is not gonna be. This is the. That is not how this is gonna work. That is it? So let me put on drop shadow at 1, I guess, and above 0. And that one is going to be pure white at 100%. I feel like this is going to be okay. I'm going to put this at 0.5. I'm going to duplicate this to put it underneath at minus 0.5 and put that in black and probably get some sort of a bit of blur, not too much, but a bit of blur and a bit of opacity on this. And then we're going to have another one, which will be a drop shadow. That drop shadow is going to have 1 point uh, on things. The shadow is going to be underneath the thing. And at what? I guess. I guess 116. That pure white is just like not good enough. I feel like it would be better if it was somehow orange-y, more align with the content. I guess that's the truth. It's the white. The whites are the issue this time. Um, if it's a cookie, yes, but now that's a cookie holder, which is made of leather, and you can slide your cookie in. So let's remove that. Let's change this to be it's on top, so that's we good. If we have 1 point and eight. That's the issue. Okay, cool. 8 wasn't good. Let's do 4. Let's do 3. Let's keep it at 3. Let's see if... Oh, we can't do that? I see. Damn. Because of positioning of that point and that point, we don't really have a choice in the placement of the things. So we could potentially, if we get that as a non-overlay 100% opacity thing, and then change the values there to be like bigger thing. There is a point specific where the distance is gonna be okay. This one is perfect. That's one stitch. That is perfect. Perfect placement. Can't really rely on that, can I? Mm-hmm. It's not going to be an option. I'm going to have to, if I want to do that, which I don't, but if I wanted to do that, I would have to do that by hand, which is fine. It's pretty easy, but they can't use the regular tricks. Anyways, I like that as an embossed thing, as a concept. I don't think cookie is gonna be an option for me. Something just doesn't sit right with that. If I go with pizza, like mini pizza, this could be interesting, but it just needs so much more content, which is fine. But also, is it fine? I don't know. And if we put that on top instead of in it, cookie hater? What do you mean? I had a cookie yesterday. A nice wild cookie, grass fed on that one. Um, oh my God. Dang. Plus Darker is such a nice addition. So, like steak? You staking it? Yeah. Anyways, going back to this, because that makes no sense. Anyways, I can't be working on that. Um, I think it's a nice concept. I don't think that's true, but I don't know if it could work in a basic environment, meaning that this is like um, a unicolor, roughly like the regular white color. I feel like this is okay, but it's not necessarily good. And on the opposite of um, a black thing and getting this to be light color on top, maybe it could work. But it still has that issue that I have, which is it still looks like the moon with a cloud on top. As Kane mentioned, having the teeth mark being more even give us something that is more natural, but then you still have like teeth mark are just not rounded most of the times. I mean, depending on the person, obviously, but like most of the time, it's not. We end up with something that is going to be like that. Like that's the teeth mark that we would have. And I don't think this would render well, specifically at small sizes. But it's more realistic. Um, unless British, in which case that's more realistic. No. Same thing with the Japanese. Don't worry about it. We have fucked up teeth in a lot of regions. Yeah, I don't know. This makes less sense. And if you don't pay attention, this is just the linear logo with a different variation of the crunch. So I'm not sure. That might just have been the first iteration, in which case it's fine, and we can move on to something else. Um, what other ID do I have for the noms? For the noms, I could go there. I've done this for uh, a non-client client. At some point, I just hope they. I mean, I send them this at some point. But it doesn't necessarily work. I know I'm still pixelated, don't worry about it. I don't think it's gonna work. If you get the nums, ah, it could work. And then you are forking into all of the streaming platforms, so you end up with like, the nums on everything. Not a good option. Not a good option. Um, Earlier, Kane, you said, what if the bytes were all around? I don't think. I mean, we could have bytes all around the N. No, but we could. um, as like additional things here and there, same teeth marks, different placement to get like the ID across. But I don't think this would. I mean, again, based on the color scheme that we have right here, it resembles more of the like N in a cloud than teeth marks. Mostly because it's like the teeth mark that we had are very much rounded. Uh, but it is interesting. Um, it could it could work. There, I left some crumbs right there. It's just like at small size, we will not necessarily see the thing. It could be a Z, it could be an N, it could be something else, because we are cropping such or so much of what makes an N an N. It's just like not. God damn it. Hmm. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. It was my first instinct though. The first instinct was this. I wanted to have the app icon to be chopped up as a candy slash cookie chomp, which makes sense to me. And it chopping the N alone is good, but it's also like I wanted to challenge myself in not doing the same shit over and again. Like every time we have something similar to this. So maybe we can avoid it this time. But no. Um I like this. This works. It's simple, it makes sense. You don't have to do much about it. It's it's fine. Rendering is annoying though, but that's fine. Um, this is a cool conceptual ID. This is in the cloud. I just can't. I just can't do that. Um, I'm gonna be safe. Yeah. As a French person, everything that I'm seeing right now is very funny. I might explain. I might not explain. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see if I. Um, Nonetheless, anything that I'm seeing right now is very much the same thing, and it's the same concept, same ID that I just did. It's still good. It's not good. I've seen one with two teeth instead of three for the bite marks, which is interesting. But it's still like kind of bad. Still kind of bad. So it's safe. I can show you. Bite mark is good, but if you're French, this is not good. Um, for many reasons. The nom right here is similar. For some reason, they are doing like a ton of spikes, as in two bite marks that gives you a pike in the cookie slash things. So I kind of get it. I see that this is what Kane had in mind earlier. I think like bites all around. I don't think this would work. At least not for me. But but as always, as always, um, if I go in French right there, it's uh it's a different names. It's a different words. We use that for different things. And so everywhere, green bites, different thing in my head. This one did the same thing, and on top of that, they have balls. Like it looks like balls, and therefore I'm like, that makes no sense. No sense. Very French. Anyways, uh, it's not pronounced the same way though, so that's we good. We are good. Yeah, exactly. Bite the bite. It's happening often in the French culture, apparently. But yeah, no, I don't have any other IDs right now for this thing. Um, that would make sense. This is not an option either. And playing a bit more with that is an option as well. I do like this as a concept. I like the font, obviously. Um, so if I go with Oi, oh, there's something about it. Um, yeah, I mean, not really. Your Spanish is, I think it's the same thing that we have with the Canadian French, in the sense that the Canadian French, even though it has evolved, it is closer to the French, like the true French, the original French language. And I feel like in Argentina, you're probably closer-ish to the Spanish language that was the original Spanish in the time of acquisition by the Spanish of that region. Um, and I mean, closer in some ways, but then you also have the influence of all the countries that are around you, which is the same thing that happens to Spain and the same thing that happens to France, where the words that we are using now and the language that we have is different. Um, as we have mentioned in the past, I think, if we haven't, this is the first mention, but if I send you 1,000 word, 1,000 year, like exactly 1,000 year in the future, and you speak your language, no one would understand you. And if you go back 1,000 year in your country specifically, or in a country that has existed for more than 1,000 year, you would not understand the language either, and they would not understand you. They don't understand you like you don't understand them. Same thing. And so the one of the only countries that you can do that in is some of the countries in Asia, some of the countries in Africa that are like old enough to have written history. And even then, when you have like Chinese speech from 1,000 years ago, it doesn't sound anything like current Chinese speech because there is so many words that have been added that someone could not like know or understand based on where they are coming from. So that's a fun thing. So your speech as um yeah, your speech as Spanish is already an evolution of the time of where or when the Spanish started to be the main language of the country, and it evolved around the surrounding languages that are there. And Spanish themselves have been doing the exact same thing, but surrounded by like Portugal, France, sadly, Italy, and therefore they have like different type of words. They also have a ton of things that are coming from Morocco and Algeria and so on, and therefore it's different words near the coast at the bottom. So languages are not making a lot of sense for sure, but it is nonetheless interesting. I am not gonna lie on that. Um, Let me see. That. Damn, that's true. Did you see me do that? I don't think I saw myself do that. I don't think I took my meds again. Have a good lunch. I need one of these meds cap that check the date and check if it has been open on that date because goddamn, this is bad. That will look like a C, so I don't have another choice than putting it like far enough away. And then the Z can only be here. The good thing would be to have the top of the M here be on top of the Z. That would be a nice addition for the effect, I guess. And it's very easy to do, by the way. You just place that underneath, place that above, and then make sure that you have somehow um, not that. Oh my god, I forgot about this. It is. That is exactly what I said to Stony when we had a chat about the name. I basically said when you smoke too much, you get the numbs, and numbs is no mercy. Zzz. And then numbsbots came with the name. That's how it is. That's how it worked. Should I just open it like so? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe that is the way. If that is the way, this is pretty bad. Let me revert that and then play it safe in a different format. Bitch! Alright, what the fuck is this? Cool. Oh, it's you! I see. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's on me. That's on me for not seeing this. This should probably be somewhere around here, as mentioned. And I feel like this is okay. I like the overlapping version a bit better, but it's less visible. could do that. Could try that. I could try that. That's I don't think it works, but I mean, we're gonna see. We are gonna see. Yeah, that's what I thought. It does work. God damn. Cool. That and that and that and that. Maybe. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? You expect me to see this? Also, that's bad. That is true. That no, no, you're right. You're right. Uh, a bit of context and a bit of explanation would be appreciated. These are the subtitles. Are these are the subtitles? I guess. I mean, it seems like it, or maybe it's something else. I don't know. I don't know. Live and coding. I see. I see. I see. I see. I get it. I get it. I don't. Ah. And now that this is a single thing, if I'm not mistaken, that means, yeah. That means it works. However, how the fuck do you want me to do that? That's the question, bro. Ugh. Like I can't do that. Makes no sense. Um. Oh my god. If I just wanted to switch like the O position, I need to take both of these and then play with both of them, which is fine, but also, god dang. Maybe I don't need that. No, I do. I do. I'm stuck with this because of how things are. And that M is supposed to go above, that's for sure, in order for me to be able to get like the proper system. Yeah, cool. So now I get this two, and then that is going above so that I can keep these two Z's. And Is your quote adding the last message? I mean, I don't think so. Or if you reply to it, that's what you just did that I didn't notice. Yes. Yes, I should have read things. Yes. Well, this works. I'm not. Technically, if I put that as an overlay, and I put that like much higher in opacity, and then potentially switch that to light mode, it would highlight the center. So one of the things that is good about this system is that potentially you can imply and play with also ID-pad. It's been a while. You could implies and have fun with this format, bitch, with this format as a as an option if I can figure out exactly where to put the M and when to put the Z so that they are like visible and understandable. This is a fun app icon name thing. I feel like this is nice. Yeah. So maybe it's the easiest option that would make sense and work simply because uh, it's the easiest animation and shit. So, you know, could could be easy to put in place. Um, that Z is way too much on the side. Kind of like that, but I can't align the title or the tops. We need to have the M to be recognizable here. That's the plan. Um, so that's fun. Uh, it's nice. We like it. The other thing with that font specifically, not really specifically that fonts, but like this thing can 100% get like a drop shadow um, as a duplicate of the effect. So if I put that in red, for example, as I usually do for highlighting things, we could get an 8 8 and then duplicate that again at 16 16 with 80% opacity and play with that as it goes further. So like Like that's a fun effect that we can do, and it has that connotation of duplicated or duplicating the words. So num nums is a thing that goes through that you can read with this nums nums nums. Um, so it's an option. Then obviously you want to, you know, condense shit together. But yeah, there is like so much, as you said, there is so much animation option with things, and now that we have the motion tabs as well, it's gonna be easier to do. So I do like it. I do like it. I wish we had um I wish we had this. I wish we could place on top. Like that's the type of thing that I wish was an option. Like these two were put together, and if I just did, it would work. But no, Figma is not giving me this. So, anywho, yeah, we can do that. Again, it's just like this is gonna be such an annoyance to animate within Figma. Not saying that I'm gonna animate within Figma, but like animating within Figma is gonna be such a pain. And right here, the thing that I've done to get the element to work regardless, like wherever I put it, it's gonna be an overlay of the content. That is not good for animation. Not good whatsoever, because you need to make sure that all of your sub-layer masks that I have here are moving at the same time. And it's just like, it's not worth it whatsoever. The system that I have here is much more animatable just because they are single letters with no truncation. The only way that this is working is if the border and the background have the same color. So right now, for example, if I move that to the red section, you would see that it's still the same color as the background here for the borders. So that's not working. This one is fun. It's a bit of a ghosty effect. We do have a ghosty effect here as well. We could add it, or add one to be a bit more interesting. But yeah, that's nice, but it's still the name, and therefore I don't like it. Because it's forced things. Basically, what is happening for me right now and lately in the past few months is the fact that a lot of people have been um I'm agreeing with this. A lot of people that have been showcasing and highlighting things. I think I saved. It's not gonna launch. It's not gonna launch. For sure, for sure, it's not gonna launch. Um, I've been trying to think app icons. I think Vadim is gonna be the best on this one. Maybe they've been doing a lot more. You can't see. uh, it's good. It happened just at the moment where I was looking for shit. So you know, it's the right timing. That's the right thing. But yeah, no, they are using mostly like letters for the presentations and not shapes. And the other person that I have in my head right now, which I think I have saved like other app icons and so on in the past few days, like this one, it doesn't really mean anything, but the shape is recognizable, and that's the thing that I'm currently looking for in the creation of a logo. Like I feel like going into an app that looks like this or looks like this is something that people would go for. Whereas if it's just a letter or just a name, It might just be boring, which is fine. It happens. But I have that feeling for the past few months now that if you have the name or just the letter, it doesn't look like something that that is going to be recognized most of the times. So just the mascot is going to help. Just a weird thing is going to help. And I do like that concept. I don't know if that's true. It's just me. It might. Yeah, you will end up there. Right? No questions. That's you don't have a choice. um, I used to have Dribble Pro. I don't have it anymore. I canceled my subscription because I'm not using Dribble anymore as much as I used to. So yeah, and we could go with some shit like this. I love these things. Like this is great. That's neat. I like it. I like it. Um, obviously. On that thing right there, look at it. Look at it. Look how fun it is. um, let's put some. I guess the lens distortion is the thing that we want to have, and then operation, or distortion, starting point somewhere there. Damn. Why are you not doing this in the bot Figma file? I don't know. Mainly because I don't know where the fuck the bot is. That's the reason. Oh my god, this looks like shit. I asked the bot to do a ton of effects, and it did shit. It is so bad, and everything or nothing specifically is working as expected. So yeah, I don't like it. The plus slider is just breaking shit. I feel like the halftone could be an interesting thing. Yeah. Um, yeah. Also, we are doing something on a 130 by 130 um behavior. It is really bad. It is pretty bad. This is shit. Not gonna lie. These shaders effect are really, really bad. I don't I don't like them. I don't like them. Um I was faster than you on this one. Why are you 3 times there? Amateur. Amateur. There's something about it. There's something about it that is interesting, but it's still not there yet. And I don't know what is missing to make me say like, oh yeah, cool. This is great. This is exactly what we needed. Um, so Interesting. Interesting right there. Interesting. Yeah. Again, I mean, I'm currently working on icons that are like 135 by 175, which is like half of a regular icon rendering, which is like 250-ish, 260-ish. And so most of the things there are like very tiny, and I could have like a lot more bigger with details, but I don't know. It feels off. It feels off. Something's missing. What's missing? I don't know. I don't know. On this, so far, I like this one a lot. I like the brightness of this. I like how it feels. I like this one because of the tan effect, but it's just like tiny things. The shape itself is okay, but that's about it. I like the chopped um, app icon themselves. I think this is cool. Not necessarily the best option, but it's as if you were biting into a chocolate tablet with the foil on it still. So that's just like you couldn't wait. I like the concept of this. The N alone being chomped, nah, nah, not great. The key is currently working. Um, I like this because it's like Looney Tunes thing, but it's also Looney Tune things, and therefore like not necessarily good. Uh, and mascot wise, it's very again, it's very simple. Like you we don't have a lot to do on this one. Um, if I just go into no, if I just Mm-mm. If I just go into something like my character building thing, or even that, you know, we would find a mascot base in no time. And I feel like if the mascot was the teeth, that's the chomps, this would work. So we would end up with something that looked similar to this, like big teeth thing for the sake of the chomps. And so in my eyes, the mascot itself is just like you get that kind of, and then teeth, and you can play with that. But yeah, just a teeth base would work. Eye base only would not work. Um, yeah, the thing is, most of the mascots that just dropped in the past 6 months are cats. It's either cats or bunnies. Like no, no in betweens. We had a corgi that was controversial and got a lot of publicity because it was controversial, but it's just like cats or bunnies in the past 6 months. So going with a cat is gonna just be this is the same as everything else, and I don't think it's a good idea. Um, but yeah, the corgi controversy is uh, what the fuck is the name of that bitch? Basically, the guy that made the logo was doing the logo inverted, and that's the controversy about it. Um, and they got ratioed like hell, and they wouldn't admit it. I know I saved it. At some point, I said, yeah, basically, that's their logo. And they have never seen a corgi in their lives. Like, ever. Like, they don't know how the fucking logo is supposed to look. And therefore, like, that's the controversy because designers were like, this is how it look. Um, like that's how the logo is supposed to look, not this shit. And and yeah, at the end they have like no sense of design, and therefore yeah, right, ratioed. Like 58 likes, 150, 1,500 likes. That is ratioed. That's what it means. But yeah, they just dig their own graves on this, and yeah. Anyways, don't worry about it. It's fine. Um, exactly, exactly. But yeah, so the mascot thing is not an impossible thing to do. It's just like a bit more complex to achieve and to get something that makes sense. I feel like the simplest of simplies is gonna be these. Just having faces on a chomp, on a cookie, for example, is a thing that could work. And it's pretty simple to put in place. But if we wanted a true mascot, then we would have something that is like more interesting, more fun, more research. Obviously, not something that I can do today. Like that take probably days to figure out exactly the shape of the thing. But yeah, not impossible, just annoying. And if Red, welcome on in. How are you? Have you been? It's been a while. Welcome back. Um, and just like yeah, consistency is the most important thing on this. And you know, I feel like what I saw a second ago was a Kyoto thing right here. So yeah. Um, the fact that Stream Elements is replying at the same time is not necessarily a good thing, but yeah. Stream Element is tagging you, whereas your bot is replying to you, which I think is better. I think is better. Um, your father again. Did you stop? Did you stop in the middle? What happened? Did something happen? Oh. Uh, but yeah, no, it's not impossible. It's I would go with some shit like this, knowing me. As simple as it can be, that would just have like the minimal stuff. I think my skulls are the best representation of this, and somehow the easiest, I think, to put in place. Is it not the one? Oh my God, this is not the one. I don't think 2024 is the one, but we're gonna check both nonetheless. It is. God damn it. Like these ones are very easy and very simple to use, and it's easy to have as a mascot. And then if we were to do that and just say, oh yeah, cool. So this thing here is chopped like that. That's called got the noms on it. Like it's just been bitten by something. It's such an easy thing to do. So I don't mind it. Um, but yeah, that's there. Now this one is broken. But yeah, I would go with something like this, to be honest. Um, one day I replace all of my emotes with these. Not today, no. Not today. Um, you know, easy, easy stuff. I think we had another one at some point that was pretty interesting, but I don't think it's on this file, and I don't know on which file it would be. So, damn. Sorry. Now I know. Um, did I save this? Such a weird thing. Oh, that's the thing that we talked about before. I see. I see. Anyways, yeah, there is still something that is missing in there. I do like the logo itself so far. As a first draft, I think this is pretty good. Um, there might be the need for some teeny tiny specks of foil on this. I could see some chromatic aberration on the edges of this, like right there, that could work. Um, and then the rendering of this is basically the most annoying section, but is feasible. So basically what we want to do here in order to get the effect proper is this, and align that like on top of everything, put that at the bottom, and then take these, unify them. The fuck I said. Unify them, duplicate them, um, subtract that, move that underneath, and then take the second one and subtract that. If I don't have my thing, this is gonna not work. And then I'll get that as the effect, so that now we have that and the background together that can group, so that this thing can have some sort of a drop shadow that is going to be right there. So it gives you a bit of a highlight of what could be in here, and then in the, I feel like this could work. In the, I could just get that here, to be honest. Let me undo that. Let me undo that and do that instead. That's gonna be enough. If I just added that, let me see if that works. It does. It does. Do you have a library or similar to apply shaders to web? Well, yes. What I'm about to say is going to piss me off, but yes. I'm going to go into Twitter directly because it's going to make more sense. Uh, Paper just open sourced their shaders. So if you like the shaders at Paper, they had just decided to release them, and you have access to that. So you can go here and install that with the npm I thing. It's okay. It's fine. No real, like, I mean, it's working. We like them. Like, some of them are really cool. Um, but it's Paper in the background, so I don't know if I trust them to keep that free, but it is now open source, so it's a good thing. Um, the other one is gonna be Shader GPT, which is a bit of a different thing. But I do have another one, I think. I'm not sure now. There's this one we talked about before, which I don't mind, but I don't like either. Um, like it's fine, but it's not great. Um, it's also kind of paid, kind of paid. Um, I know I have another one. I just can't find it right now, as always. God damn it. Um, did I save that in the code? No, I didn't. But there is another one that is similar-ish. That would give you shaders and options and things. I just don't remember what it is. I think the Paper one is going to be the easiest one to put in place and to use in the long term, so I'd recommend it for now, at least. Makes more sense. Would make more sense. This is the thing that I wanted to kind of have, but this is not going to work. So I'm going to just not do that and then remove this thing, keep the subtraction figured with it. Um, that's the rectangle itself. Yeah, rectangle itself, where the union here is subtracted from the byte. So yeah, I like that. I like that. It's pretty simple. It makes sense. You can 100% just get like a uh proper transition with like a 1B at the top to get like a highlighted corner or something, so that it's just like it's darker here but lighter on the edge. I like that, but it has the N in it, and that pissed me off. I know. Wild. Nonetheless. None. It does. It's a mix of the Skype logo from 2010, the Twitter logo from 2012, and with the gradient in the background, and therefore I don't like it. But it has that kind of old vibe, which I think is coming back in, and a lot of people are trying to re-implement some retro feel to things. So it might happen. You might just lend. Nope, I lied. Feels you might just be just before the target. Yeah, kind of center of the screen. I thought you were bouncing way further, and I'm probably gonna make it, obviously, based on where we are right now. That angle was DVD screensaver angle thing. So yeah. Does the drop queue allow people to redrop on the same landing pad? That's the question. I don't think so. I don't think so. Nonetheless, Stony, I think this is a good start. I need to think about other stuff and practice. You might just end up in the exact same spot as Phil's. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly the same. God damn. That's crazy. That is crazy. We need someone to rate. That's the plan. That's the plan. Confident code is here. Syntax is here. They probably are not gonna, based on timing like last time. Same thing. Cat just started, I think. Yeah. But we rated Cat on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. No, we rated Bitgamey on Friday, Cat on Wednesday. Is that what happened? Might be what happened. Um, I forgot. I guess syntax or coffee, whichever. Um, whichever. What do we feel like? Where are we filling the drop? Are we syntaxing or are we coffeeing? You're tired? So something that is chill? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I uh I guess that. I guess that. Alright, let's go there. Let's go there. It makes sense. It's fine. It's a good option. It's a good option. So, as always, thanks a lot for being here. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. That's highly appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord, ask the question there. That's also highly appreciated. And if, like me, you have a ton of links to share to other people, you can use band, which is pretty useful. And if you have a ton of perfume in your collection, you can use perfume because it's pretty cool. Perfume just got an update, by the way. It had a lot of things in the things, additions, features, and so on, which we like. And then Can is about to receive a bit of an update. I need to publish. I need a bit of time to work on that. I'm expecting to work on that tomorrow, so that if you are learning Japanese, this is going to be pretty useful. But yeah, that's the thing. This is where we stand. I forgot that. That is absolutely true. It's fine though. It doesn't really matter. Um, but yeah, other than that, the usual. Take care of yourself. Eat something. Drink something. Be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye.